found this guy. His name is Ken Wheeler.
That's it. We're live. We're live now. I'll just introduce you, Thomas, and then you can carry on. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us on, what is it? It's Wednesday. No, it's Thursday the 13th today. On the hangout with us tonight, we have Chris, getting to know now, from Canada. We have Frankie from the UK, Ceres from the UK, Richard the beer guy. Is that it? The beer guy from the UK. And extra today, we have Thomas Thompson, who is a member of Sun and Moon. But you have your own group, don't you, Thomas? What's your group called?
I run the Flat Earth News. Basically just goes out and posts all the latest data that I can find on Flat Earth. You can find me on Facebook anytime. It is a closed group because I try to keep the trolls away, so people can come in and research without having to worry about, people coming in there and bothering them because of the nature of this subject. I do post, I allow Gleason people, what I call Gleason fans, into my group. Anyone can come in the group as long as they are a flat earther. But I myself, I follow the square map. And the reason I do this, outside of the fact that I feel I've come across enough evidence to satisfactorily debunk the Gleason map, according to my mind, what really turned me on to the square map was the magnetism. I found a guy named Ken Wheeler, who apparently is like magnetism. He's got like 400 some science videos. He gives demonstrations in all of his videos. So you can see he knows what he's talking about, and you can see the effects he's talking about. He showed me a magnet under a ferrule cell. And when I looked under that, and when I looked at it, you can see, literally, you see the sky. You see the two poles on the side spinning in opposite directions, plane of inertia down in the center. And when I looked at this ferrule cell, and then I looked at our sky and our Earth, it struck me that we live on literally a giant magnet on the plane of inertia. So my whole angle on all of this is...
Sorry, we just got a tiny bit of feedback now. Sorry,
a little
Thomas.
bit too, yeah.
There wasn't, and then there was. Carry on. It's okay now. There's no feedback. Carry on.
So yeah, that's my that's where I come from, is the point of magnetism. I honestly believe we're on some sort of well, like when you see your basic square airport map. I believe that's your basic continent. Here. Wait.
Chris, is it you? Causing feedback.
I got my mic on. I don't think it's me.
That's it. It's gone now. Sorry, everybody. We always have a little bit of technical problems. So carry on, Thomas. Sorry.
I'm using earbuds, so I shouldn't hear anything coming back through my microphone. No, I'm using earbuds. So.
Okay, then. Thank you, Chris. Carry on, Thomas.
Well, I'm not really sure where to go from here. Like I said, my big thing is magnetism. I do believe if you get a magnet, if you study this guy's videos, or if you just go out and buy the ferrule cell yourself and you put a magnet under this ferrule cell, you're literally going to see where the equator runs through. You'll literally see all the stars going straight. If you look south, you're going to see a star trail spinning one way. And if you look north, you're going to see a star trail spinning the opposite way. At that ferrule cell at the torus of a magnet, you are literally going to see that exact same pattern. I'm totally convinced we're living on some sort of diamond or rectangle shaped Earth. And I think magnetism in the airports are going to prove it all. Because I think the first message I tried...
Say that again, Thomas. Say that again. What did you think?
I believe that magnetism and airport flight times are going to prove the shape of Earth beyond a question. And that's one of the first things I try to tell people in my group is the first thing you need to do before you try to figure out circling suns or Pac-Man suns or any other kind of pattern. You need to figure out where the continents are, where the land's at. And it's real easy to do. If you go to any airport online. They got a flight calculator right there. Just get you a world map and start mapping out international airports. You don't have to do every single one. You just have to pinpoint and start drawing your map, and you'll soon see what the shape of the Earth is. You don't, like I said, you don't have to do every map. But I feel if you at least figure out the exact layout of the continents, then you can start figuring out the other crazy stuff like, well, how does the sun orbit and the moon and all this stuff? How do the stars work and all that? But my first step is to say, figure out the continental layout. And from my point of view, from the evidence I've been able to gather, the continents do not circle a North Pole. I personally feel from my research that the equator, Cancer, and Capricorn all go in a perfectly straight line. And like I said, it's your basic standard square map that any military uses. You know, and that's another thing people have to keep in mind is that when you send a military soldier out into the field, 9 times out of 10, they don't know where they're at. They're depending on these maps. And these things are all UTM square grid style maps. I looked into it to check to see if the military does use, when they actually use square paper maps. And yes, they actually use the UTM square grid style map. They're using it. The airports are using it. I'm even seeing in airports, I'm seeing route maps where they show a Pac-Man style Earth, where you'll see Africa on one side of the map and you'll see another Africa on the other side of the map, indicating, you know, they're showing you that regardless of whether you believe in a Pac-Man or not, they're showing you the continents definitely do not circle a central North Pole. I stand on all this. Are you guys hearing me?
I am listening to you. Don't you worry. Series.
Okay. Okay.
Series? Oh, where's Series? Series will, well, I don't know quite where Series is.
Everyone's muted. I think everyone's muted. Pac-Man.
No, they're letting you talk. One minute. D, hello D? Oh, there's Series. Series, did you hear what he just said?
But indeed, ETM format is the format out of where everything comes. For me, it's really out of the photographic detail that you can create only the square, and they even want the square in north and south direction, but you can only fill up with elevation data. What I do.
Sorry, the screen's gone black, Series. You have to present yourself again. Sorry, you didn't want to show the map.
Okay.
That guy right there looks kind of like me.
That's Series.
Also a beard.
It's like a younger version of me, though.
Richard's growing a beard as well.
Yeah. But what you see in the middle is just photographic detail in colors, and the rest is elevation colors in as random as possible to see as much as possible from the detail itself. And below C it's darker colored, more bluish, and above land it's more colorful colored. And yeah, from this data, photographic dimension, I got only the photograph as a square, and beyond the square they don't have anything in photographic detail, but I discovered they have elevation data beyond the 85 latitude. And with that, I actually finished the map up till the 90 degrees, out of where they create the GPS map in latitude, longitude 101. And that's just on a particular formula they use to translate it back into the square X and Y grid, in where you actually calculate the true distances. When you when you calculate the distance between GPS positions, you transfer those coordinates into the square grid. And on the square grid, you actually calculate the distance between the squares on any zoom level. And from those particular pixel distance, you calculate the true distance based on the equator size of the square. And that is the 40,075 kilometers, or then 29,901 miles. And that is from top to bottom the complete shortest distance we can walk as a loop. Any other direction creates a longer distance. And I figure through power of life pattern, I need even 26 squares to actually do exactly the same as the fourth dimensional loop in east-west direction. And that's why I call it the fifth dimensional one. And that one loops in 26 squares. And on the 13th, you have actually the heaven square in the opposite side of the circle. And then exactly between the two half circles, you probably have the particular northern and southern axis of the sky as a circling pattern.
And Chris has just said something else, hasn't he? That the sky is a diamond shape up there. Above.
Oh, you're muted. Thomas, you're muted.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's the shape. I've actually, even though I call myself a square earther, I'm actually more liking the diamond. And the reason I'm liking it is for a couple reasons. One, I know, for one, if the globe math didn't work 100%, then they would have never been able to fool us for 500 years. So obviously the math on that globe is right. So I must account for every piece of math that I find on that globe. Well, part of what I find on that globe is I find the prime meridian, which is half the distance of the equator. I also find that Cancer and Capricorn are basically the same distance, but they're both shorter than the equator, which indicates if the equator is longer and Cancer and Capricorn are both shorter, that indicates that there's some form of angle right there going on, because the equator is sticking out farther. So I'm liking what's called a sinusoidal projection map, where it's basically, it's a diamond, but it's only half as tall, because remember the prime meridian is only half the distance of the equator. From North Pole to South Pole is your prime meridian. That's half the distance of your equator. So the map can only be half as tall as it is wide. But that's how that's the angle that I think.
That's what I have.
Thomas, can I just say something? Ceres has found all this data. What you're seeing is what he's got so far.
Yep.
This comes from Google Maps.
Out of Google Maps itself. I took all their photographs, glued them together to a one big picture, and at certain levels they are going to delete areas, especially big seas. And I wanted exactly the seas, to see the seas, what was happening there. So I got to there, and from there, actually,
I'm just coming into this, so I didn't know that. Yeah. Okay, now on this map that you're showing me, is your equator line still going through the normal spot, Africa, coming off the tip of Africa?
You might have to show him another picture.
GPS is still GPS, only when you translate it to the XY coordinates of how it should be on the photographic format, then you end up with the triple squares to actually fulfill the full 90 degrees upwards and downwards. And this they press into the double square sideways, and then latitude is destroyed through the wave formula, and then they on the ball or on the circle to even destroy the longitude. So even the diamond is a longitudinal destroyed map.
Ceres, is there any way you could just show him the bit with your Capricorn, Equator, and Cancer line on it? Because you have a.
That would help me a lot more if I could actually see where my.
Oh, yeah.
Look there.
In a sense, I can open another.
Series has his own website, which is This Is It, and we have a lot of our data on there.
Okay, all right.
Can you get this? This is on the map 3 times next to each other. Hoe heet dat view? And
It's Luke.
yeah. This is where you have the equator, and the pink lines are the tropics. And you have the sun and the moon on the Lima. I could zoom in. Takes a few seconds to.
I can see the Star of David in it already.
Yeah, you have the Flower of Life in here as well.
You know, I thought that there might be a connection. I just never traveled down this particular road, but I thought I kept seeing some coincidence. I'm like, man, that's. But you might be onto something here.
I've put in the actual latitude and longitude coordinates of the tropics, and from there I figured out what the analimas could be by taking the golden ratio between the tropic and the equator as a crossing point of the 2 circles. And there I saw the Mandelbrot, and yeah, then I thought, well, let's draw the Mandelbrot. And eventually the Mandelbrot lines up at the tropic below, and maybe switch one off. So at the tropic below, and exactly in the little circle above, and then the bigger circle fits within there. And yeah, from there I figured even that Buddha has to do something with this. And it goes beyond. Eventually, you actually need at least these 3 squares to do the whole thing. Okay. Tree of Life.
That's pretty big, man.
Yeah. Even the Tree of Life fits in here then. And in the bottom you see the particular wave, what lines up with the Flower of Life bottom circle edge of where the little circles are, in how the pillars are lining up as well in the middle with the 4 pillars.
Yeah, for us, yeah.
And it's that the sun itself is the heart of the tree. That's the heart chakra, etc. And there's so much tying into this. And the position of the sun crossing, I base on the golden ratio between it and the wave of the sun actually lining up at latitude longitude 0.0. And that makes that the sun is actually of the sun on a Lima itself is lining up with the wave. Less. Oh yeah, the wave is there. Here on the right you have the blue line crossing and the yellow line crossing, and there is latitude longitude 0.
That's exactly how it would go, or at least I believe. Well, okay.
And then here where the golden ratio distance lines up with the sun wave, where I create a small circle above and then the bigger circle below. And what then Mandelbrot on top of it as a sort of energy wave, where I suspect that the Mandelbrot itself is the word in where you can see that every letter is frequency on its own or story on its own, in where the word is a finite form with an infinite detail of what it actually says. And that its base form even repeats itself in itself. So in a way you have a kind of irrational, because it's the Mandelbrot itself is based on irrational numbers, and that the most high word is irrational, because we think in ratio, in it's so beyond us in that sense that it seems to me that the Mandelbrot itself is kind of the word frequency resonating within our realm. Building up the bigger one. The big one, what I base on the actual square size, has a resonance through the looping of space, in where it creates even with the bigger pattern an interference pattern what lines up with the anonymas. At least the sun anonyma. I'm still figuring out that the moon is smaller, it seems, and yeah, I try to find out what the topics of the moon.
Yeah, I was wondering if that moon was small. I mean, because we've been saying it's the same size, but I notice when you see a total eclipse, every once in a while, you can still see an outer edge to that. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering about that size thing, and maybe the height thing. They might be at two different heights also. I'm not quite sure. I'm still thinking about that, but
I'm waiting for the bigger one to be drawn. It's a bit heavy one.
have you figured out what the sun is yet? What's your opinion on what do you think the sun actually is?
So far, I figured what we see is kind of the center point of a toroidal field, what floats on the Earth.
I agree with that so far. And now that you said that, the toroidal field, that brings me back to what I was talking about earlier about Ken
Weaver.
And according to what he was talking about, as far he says that, and I believe him, he's saying that a light bulb doesn't give out light, and that's what the sun is. It's a giant light bulb. And he says the way a light bulb works is if you imagine a man standing in a lake flapping his arms. He's a field perturbator. He's agitating the water and he's creating waves. Well, that's exactly what your light bulb does. It doesn't actually emit photons and fill up your room with a bunch of photons. It's actually emitting a wave that's going out into your room. And when the ether field is waving, we say it is illuminated. When it's not waving, we say it's dark. I'm thinking that the light is I'm thinking that the sun is nothing more than a giant hollow field perturbator. It's literally causing the field to wave so that we perceive light, or we say this is illuminated or that's illuminated. But I think it's an ether powered light. I think it's hollow and it's ether powered, most definitely. I think it's also could be in the conversion point where ether folds, because ether, according to Tesla's theories, ether is counterspatial and also without time. So I'm thinking that the sun could be where the ether, which is completely counterspatial, is folding into the spatial. And perhaps that sun is that center point where Earth itself is magnetically radiating. But that's just my crazy opinion, I suppose.
No. I have a nice image if I can find it. Ah, here. Dus, oh,
There you go. Yeah, yeah, right there. But see, what I can't figure out is, according to my theory, that very dead center point, that's going to be your sun. But how does the sun move across the sky
I
if
figure
it's always the dead of this torus?
what free energy explained was the polygon form of the body of light and where it touches the Earth. That it builds up as a polygon, and I figured this polygon is based on the toroidal field. You only see the first quart going below to the Earth, and then the 3/4 of the cycle you don't see.
Right.
That,
And you know, when you look at the picture that you just put up there, that's a good picture you put up there of that little torus. You can even see the direction of spin on this the same way when you're standing on the equator and you look to the north, you see a spin one direction. When you look to the south, you see the spin going the opposite direction. And that's exactly what that torus shows.
That's inwards and that's an outwards, yeah. That's it. These are two opposing fields, directions actually. Although this is out coming in, yeah, but this is the flow, how it goes, yeah. Wow. Huh? Opposing directions inwards.
Yeah, because it's trying to get back to that point of inertia at the dead center.
Mm.
Everything has a tendency to go back to that point of inertia, or where that inertia, where your inertia is initially lost. You know, you have your base state of ether, then your ether radiates out. This radiation, as it radiates out in magnitude, we measure this magnitude, and now all of a sudden we have something called time. But just remember, time is actually not an energy; it's a measurement, nothing more.
If you ask me, it's like the Genesis line of Genesis 1:1 says, "In the beginning, time."
Right.
God
Right.
the heaven and the earth, space. So time was already there to begin with, and it doesn't have properties of space.
Right, exactly.
Space.
That's where Einstein made him. Yeah, exactly. That's where Einstein made his mistake. He tries to reify space as it is something. He says, well, space curves, you know, because of the weight of these planets. But space has no attribute. Space is an attribute. Space is the result of magnetic radiation. As ether magnetically radiates out in the form of magnetism, it creates space, literally. And Einstein tried to come along and say, well, you can bend the space. You can't bend space any more than I could walk up to a shadow and bend that. It's an attribute of something else. It is not, it doesn't possess its own attributes. Therefore, nothing affects it, and it's affected by nothing. So that pretty much debunked all Einstein's ideas.
Yeah, after Ken Wheeler, I don't know, nothing can replace that anymore.
You know, and it's kind of odd when I go through and I think about a lot of our history and what we know. And it's kind of strange that something as simple as a magnet, we don't understand how it works. Well, I do, but the general population doesn't understand a simple science like that. Tesla, he was basically exposing all of this science. He was exposing the ether, dielectricity, all that. That's why he was suppressed. And it seems kind of funny to me that they suppressed him when he was dealing with this same subject with magnetism. And now come to find out, Ken Wheeler is showing us that magnetism is actually at the heart of figuring out what the grand unified theory is. And once you understand what that grand unified theory is, that's kind of why I'm where I'm at right now with this diamond-shaped, well, square Earth, however you want to call it, diamond Earth. But, Of course, I come from, a lot of people don't agree with this, but I come from a Pac-Man background. I know no one believes in Pac-Man. I get called a troll and a shill every day for this idea. But my concept is, okay, first of all, why have a chance and I'm actually on air? Let me explain what a Pac-Man theory is to all the people who don't understand how Pac-Man works. A Pac-Man is basically designed like this. You have a diamond shape with the north up and the south down. That prime meridian that goes from the North Pole to the South Pole literally divides the land into two halves, the western half and the eastern half. Now, here's the thing about ether. The only thing outside of this creation that we call Earth is ether. There is no space. Ether is completely counterspatial. It takes up no space whatsoever. So outside of this place, like they say, okay, well, how does the water stay in on a square Earth? How does it not flow out? Because there are no walls on a Pac-Man. Because literally what's happening is your two western sides, because it's a diamond, it has two western sides, and your two eastern sides are literally folded in on each other. Although the surface itself is utterly flat, the ether connects both sides so that it's instantaneous. It's like where you're, I'm guessing like where the international date line is probably where the separation, I don't know. But my point is, the reason I brought this up is because I wanted to explain that there is no teleporting in this system. Everyone says, well, I can't follow your Pac-Man ideas because the sun can't teleport. And yeah, you're right, the sun can't teleport. Nothing teleports. People would notice if we were in a rowboat going across the ocean, and suddenly we teleported, I think we would know. But no, there's no teleporting. I honestly believe that the two sides are literally linked by the ether. And since ether takes up no space and it takes up no time, the connection is instant. You don't even notice. You go right through the international date line and don't even notice a thing is happening. But that's well, my crazy belief. I'm not saying anyone has to agree with me.
Yeah, I'm thinking then more in that the fourth dimension as a line itself becomes a complete toroidal field in itself.
Well, now here's another idea.
As a closing circle. But you can't perceive it as such because you're actually yourself finite through the
right. Exactly. Now here's one other idea I wanted to add into there, and that is if you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, in chapter 10, he talks about time doesn't move, that you as a spirit move through time. So I sat back and I thought about this for a moment, and I remembered that they called Satan, he's called a serpent, the greatest, shiniest serpent. And I started thinking about what would that mean if time doesn't move. That means, well, the sun isn't actually moving. What that would mean is that the sun actually exists at each and every point from the eastern edge to the western edge. It already exists at each and every point all at once, but you are only able to perceive that part where you are in space and time. So I see the sun up in the sky, I see a round disk, but in reality what I'm actually seeing is a huge golden serpent that stretches from eastern wall to western wall, but I can only see one aspect of it. It would be kind of like if you remember the Carl Sagan show where he shows the difference between the 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions, where you put your finger, three-dimensional finger into a 2-dimensional world and you only see a circle. So to me it would be kind of like that, except it's just the opposite. Here on a 4th dimension you have one continuous long, and then but in a 3rd dimension all you're seeing is individual slices, individual circles of it. So that's also a possibility. I mean, I don't know what the answer is. It's just ideas that I've come across, theories I like to throw out there, explore, because I'm not trying to accept whatever some YouTube video or something like that. I'm not trying to just accept what a video tells me. I want to actually go out and get some ideas, explore these ideas, see why they work, why they don't work. But yeah, the whole time not moving thing, I thought that was an interesting concept also, that time doesn't move, that we're moving. So with that in mind, then nothing would ever fall off the edge, because time isn't moving, the water isn't moving. You're moving through various aspects of it in a four-dimensional world.
Yeah, I guess the edge is a three-dimensional thinking, because so far the only edge I find is either in the computer or in the data, but not in reality. Out of the data,
Right.
it doesn't give a clear edge of something. It's just as if it's just going on.
The data suggests, the data suggests a hypercube, some kind of tesseract is what the data seems to suggest.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what the whole Saturn thing was. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if do you know the Santos Manassi's work?
Oh yeah, I've listened to tons of his stuff. I love Santos.
That's a good. He tells about how the human body is as the universe, or the universe is as the human body. And
yeah, I've been watching Santos before he went.
And as far as I can see, the Earth realm is actually right in the middle of the bigger body, or the bigger tree, or the bigger toroidal field, in where we are called the middle garden. And within the three cubes, we are also in the heart chakra of the tree of life, which you can lay out over the elevation data, lining up with the sun, though. And yeah, all these things suggest that there is just a kind of the Russian doll principle of as above is so below, in that there are bigger bodies in where we actually have a higher consciousness in that sense. That it is, for example, that if we even reach up to the seventh, that seventh is just a single circle of those seven in a bigger step, and that eventually is the biggest body of what the universe is, what becomes a kind of muddy universe out of where new universes can be born, etc. That's the Itzhak Bentov story from Atom to Cosmos, a bit like that. There's so much more beyond, and in our case, probably even physical in north-south direction, that we can go up to heaven, but from there it becomes a complete other level. And probably already before we even leave our own realm.
So you believe there might be more land up north and further down south?
Well, more realms in how we are inside a realm as well, between the north and the south.
Well, is there any possibility that maybe, just a suggestion here, that Aurora Borealis, could this be what's separating the realms?
Yeah, kind of energy things, etc. Indeed. If you, I don't know what kind of barriers, etc. But yeah, the whole thing seems to me you would travel at least 25,000 miles beyond to even reach the next realm, and that is a kind of technical challenge to get there. And so far, I figure the only safest thing to actually go beyond anywhere is with an airship, but you're not bound to the land or ice or
Right.
or fuel even, that you can even perpetuate it with your own feet and with a bicycle, or even anchor to go through a storm, whatever, and you can hang a complete house beneath it. So yeah, in a way, if we go beyond like that, then, and so far I figured that we do
Captain Cook
things here.
talking about. Did you ever hear that story about Captain Cook? I think it was back in the 1700s, where he was talking about
60,000 miles.
he sailed up north. I don't know how long it was. I just remember the part where he was talking about he sailed north went past the North Pole for 3 days, and he said his compass still pointed to the north.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Oh, the beyond.
so I don't know what to think of it.
I haven't seen everything yet, but I guess we can lay a half library full of these stories.
Well, see, here's a problem with all this extra land stuff that we have to take in consideration. And yes, I'm not saying there's not extra land. There very well could be. I don't know. But here's the thing. Our firmament is a certain size. And we have to have that. We have to have a solid firmament somehow. Otherwise, we wouldn't have air pressure.
And it's
So,
based on the pillars.
mm-hmm.
And I figure pillars are electromagnetic in nature.
Yes, I believe.
And that's
yeah.
what I found in observation as well. Together with a particular wave, what is just one wave for the whole square.
No, you're correct, yeah, actually, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely an electromagnetic. Well, actually, it's a dielectric, magnetodielectric creation. This is not a particle.
Trying to figure out how we can actually put this in an electromagnetic effect. So far, I see it's apparent what their polarity should be because of their heights. We may switch it probably, but in east-west direction.
I don't know. I'm real tough on that magnetic poles. I'm honestly thinking those are the true points. Well, of course, I'm still on that diamond thing, but on my diamond, you would see. I can't show it now for some reason, but you would see that perfect northwest key, the magnetic pole.
Yeah, I have to show what actually happens with the photograph. I actually made a photograph of details of what we can see.
Uh-oh, the black helicopters are coming to get me. We done did it now. They're at the flat.
On the left, you see the actual photograph you get from Google Maps in the UTM format. In the middle, you see what happens when you put this in the GPS 101 map. And then on the right, you see what happens when you put it on a ball. And if you ask me, only the left one is actual reality. And in the first one, we destroyed the reality of the latitude. And then in the ball, or the circle, we destroyed the longitude or the diamond. And in this case, for the diamond, it's that we twist the photographs as well, but then only sideways. I haven't done the diamond yet, but I figure the photograph is the actual truth of reality as far as I
yeah, it would have
to
be. I mean, as long as it's not a fisheye, yeah.
Yeah, it's just one straight upwards photo. You can zoom out what you like in Google Maps, but you get always this particular square.
Sorry, just want to interrupt. Sorry, we're not getting this on the live stream, I should just say.
Oh.
Oh yeah, Thomas, you've gone black.
Oh, I've gone black?
Yeah.
Oh, here.
Can you see me now?
An icon.
That's it. Your icon now.
Okay.
Hey, so she's taking me work then?
Thanks, Dee.
Okay. Yeah, I got to take off for about 15, 20 minutes. I'm going to mute myself, and I got to do some running, and I'll be back.
Okay, then. See you in a minute, Thomas. Just to explain to the chat room that Thomas Thompson has his own group, but he's in Sun and Moon group as well. So as if anybody wondered who he was. Series, what were you showing us?
This is zoom into New York actually, and you
Yeah,
can see here.
the live feed's still not picking it up, I don't think, Siri, sorry.
Should be now. It's on my screen, D.
Yeah, it just popped onto mine. I must have a bit more of a delay.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry about that. So you're just explaining to people, this is again about the pictures, how they distort them, yes?
Yes. In the left, you see that the actual square of the photograph. In the middle, the GPS latitude wave function. The only thing what they adjust is the latitude. The longitude stays just like the image is. And then on the ball, they adjust the longitude as well to project it on the ball. And you can see how the photograph is actually twisted on the right side. The bigger the image becomes, the more you see the distortion. And when you zoom in then to the city itself, so far I found the boat as well, but the circles showing off, I guess. I mean, these are normal circles, and here it's twisted sideways, and here it's twisted upwards. And I would say this is the actual reality on the left, and the rest is the reality destroyed. So it can't be anything but the actual photographic square. So in a way, I can't deviate from this. And then you have the let's find, oh wait, yeah, where? Upwards, yeah.
Series, while Thomas is away, in a minute, can Richard come in and talk about what he wants to talk about this evening?
Yeah.
We'll just let you talk for a few more minutes because obviously everybody loves watching your stuff. But in a minute, we'll just get Richard in because when Thomas comes back, you'll be talking about this again.
Oh, I'm back. I talked my woman into taking the kid for me.
Oh, okay then. Richard, are you okay to hang on a bit longer? Because I know you want to talk about stuff.
We can talk about, I got all night now. We can talk about whatever.
And you see the...
Well, Richard's got a completely different subject to talk about.
All right.
Okay for you to hang on a bit longer?
Yeah, no problem. I'll hang on.
Thank you, my darling.
Cheers.
Carry on, series.
Yeah, well, it took me a while to actually find that particular formula they use to actually connect GPS coordinates onto a particular image on the XY grid in where they actually store their images in. It's all based on X, Y, and Z values. And
so your map all Google, all them little Google image photographs?
Well, I have gathered the square for so far the photograph there. For so far there is photographic data up till, what is it, level 15 at least, and I'm working on 16. And the animation I'm on level 14, almost finished.
That's pretty nice.
And yeah, this is the static format of the data of how they store it. I mean, this is how it raw is. And from that, I need this particular wave function to see expressed in both formats. In the top blue one, you see how the latitude translates into the I grid. And
Right.
in the bottom, you see how the Y actually translates into the latitudinal grid. In latitude on the latitude grid. And then the images of, well, the top one, you need to turn a quarter to the left, counterclockwise. And then from that you create that bottom image. And that's what we know as the world map. So far we get the world map, but never the triple square. And in Google Maps, they hide just 2/3 of it. And it's up till the 85 latitude. And the last 5 latitude creates actually a complete square on top of it.
I don't see any reason whatsoever why this map wouldn't line up with any airport data, because that's where it's really that's what's gonna prove our map, regardless.
Here in the bottom one, you will have a longitudinal correct distance, but in the top one, you have also a latitudinal correct distance. The top one is what I have to use to actually calculate distances. I can get the GPS coordinates on the bottom one, but to actually get the true calculations between positions, I need to translate it into the square map, what is also used by the military as their square Indian format. And I figured even that their regions of A and B and Y and Z are actually the north and the south squares, because they're actually lined up with a particular part in where you see that the double squares are hidden in. It's only a few pixels in the bottom pixel, the bottom one. If it is 720 pixels high, I lose 20 pixels on the top square and then 20 on the bottom square as well.
Oh.
So the square ends up in 680, right? Yeah, 680 pixels. So yeah, this is how they twist the data, and you think it's the real one.
Yeah, because it doesn't match. That doesn't match the ball, for certainly it doesn't. Because that prime meridian is the same as the equator in this particular case. Wow, that's pretty impressive. I would definitely have to spend some time looking at that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, when you look at your continents there, I've always had this thought for years. When you look at them continent layout, you'll notice them desert strips. Now, ancient history would suggest maybe that there was some sort of nuclear war or something, I don't know. But I wonder if them desert strips, like you'll see a strip going through Africa and South America, I wonder if that's not like that because that's the specific pattern of the sun, and the sun's causing that strip to go barren like that. No, kitty. I'm not taking you out. Get. She wants me to take her out all day.
Yeah, so I made this one as well to show that how they actually destroy reality, perceptive reality, in just 2 steps, making us think in either the circle or the ball, either in division or in conquering, either in chaos or control, but never in the way of non-duality. And yeah, it's just a chaos and control game. What I figured out what they do with this and how they have the control position as well. They can't deviate from the circle. And meanwhile, the truth is right in our face, because yeah, who doesn't use Google Maps? Who doesn't look at his own location? And actually figured out that all the images are pure squares and that it adds up to only one big pure square up till latitude 85, but it's only within the first square in the middle. Yeah, so I became curious about the elevation data, and you see what amount of elevation data is in there. And that particular wave function causes that at least 2/3 of the whole square is actually disappearing into a single pixel. Well, if you ask me, you can't get all that data out of an infinite pixel.
No.
Particularly not when it actually
fractal cube, yeah.
complete power of life pattern what fits right in the square dimension.
What would happen if we made if we leave the continents exactly as you have them, but we changed the outer shape to a hexagram or a six-sided, because I only think of this and bring it up because it's so, you know, the hexagon is so prevalent in the mysteries, religion, and in magnetism.
It fits all in there, but not in a physical sense, in that we have the square construct within where the circles are flowing. And the circles is where the flower of life ties into.
Yeah, the circles and the square, yeah.
You have the static thing and the dynamic thing working together.
I agree with that. Yeah, that's true. I do agree with that. Hmm.
And if you ask me, they have particularly chosen latitudes, longitude 0.0 on particularly that precision because that actually lines up with the flower of life pattern and the sun and Lima.
I've been thinking about that the last month. Why did they do that? Why did they put that zero line there, and why did they put the international date line where they did? Why did they pick them spots?
It's the center. It's the center of the toroid and the fractal square, which is a diamond, right?
Right. It has to be a point of importance. They didn't just randomly throw it out there. Well, let's throw it in the middle of the ocean, like.
Yeah. No, it's the center of mass. It's the center of mass where all the energy basically is where they're measuring the UTM data point to. It's a fictional gravitational center, but it's just a point of mass in time, right? That's all it is.
Wow.
The dead center between the north magnetic pole and the south magnetic pole.
Line up with sun and Lima and the flower of life pattern, what is actually lining up with the whole elevation grid all over the Earth. And magnetic fields, and you know.
Yeah, it's the center of the magnetic field is what it is. Yeah, it's the. And that's. And last night last night I figured out exactly what's going on and why it's so hard to track. It's maybe I could run through the. You guys finish up your topic there, and then let me know, and I'll run through the 3D model that replicates exactly what we're seeing. Yeah.
Oh, I'm good. I'm watching, listening. I'll chip in whenever, whenever I feel. Doesn't matter what the subject is.
Well, yeah, we have a next subject actually, and that's a pretty interesting one, if you ask me. If he's available, the big guy. Richard.
Hello.
Yay, Richard. You had a good subject there.
Sorry?
You had a good subject.
Well, one sec.
Series, you asking him to talk now?
Yeah.
Okay, Richard, we're waiting now.
yeah. I'll just go somewhere a bit quieter.
That's okay. We understand.
Yeah.
I thought I heard Karen in the background somewhere else.
No, that's at his house.
Looking at all the birth certificate things still, and I've just stumbled upon another page. It's ideal for the American people. If they've got a social security number, they can put the social security number into this website, and it gives them a routing number, which is like the Federal Reserve's banking routing number, and then you can put the routing number and the social security card number into PayPal, and then once it's in PayPal, you can just withdraw money and pay for things.
Now, I did hear that the social, from my understanding, from the way I heard it, was that the United States went bankrupt in like 1933. Woodrow Wilson basically sold us as collateral to the Federal Reserve to refund us, and in return we gave them a Social Security number for every person ever born. And now, since they own that as collateral, they're allowed to buy, sell, and trade it on the at Wall Street. That they can literally invest in that, and they can buy each other's Social Security numbers. Yeah, it's a big giant scam where our Social Security numbers are getting bought and sold all day long, every single day. We're probably all worth like billions.
Just write a check with your Social Security number on it, and please deposit to and throw it in the bank, and they pretty much would have to honor it. I think I was going to try that one.
You know, I heard somebody got a bill. They got a bill from like the electric company or something, and they sent them their birth certificate and Social Security card and said this should pay for it. And that was the whole idea, is that you need to go to this the number or the account that this Social Security card represents and get the money out of there and pay whatever bill. And apparently that's why it went viral, is because he got it off. Now there's different laws here in the United States, but apparently this guy in Canada got it off. Gave him his birth certificate and said there on his Social Security card, I can't remember which one it was, like right there's your payment, because that's considered an account right there. So yeah, you're absolutely.
You've got the website, Richard, you said?
Yeah. I'll post it up because I think it's quite a long one. It's more like a forum, but yeah. Also, what we're gonna say? Yeah, because British people, we don't get a Social Security card number. We get what is it?
National insurance.
National insurance. We get a national insurance number, and that is a 6-digit number if you ignore the letters, and that is what I'm thinking is a sort code. And I looked at a passport, and the passport and my friends, it was a 9-digit number, which is the same as the Social Security card number. I then put that into Google, and it came up as a Social Security card for Texas. So all I'd have to do was, like, there's 3 Federal Reserve banks in Texas. You'd have to find the routing numbers for them, and then use the account number, and then you could probably use the sort code from your national insurance, and then link that with PayPal.
No, that would be. I'd like to see that work.
Yeah. Apparently, people have done it. It's been paying a few things off with it.
Well, here's the thing about when you're messing with the Federal Reserve. It's like I tell people here in the United States. They say, well, you don't have to pay federal taxes. You know, that's actually illegal. And I'm like, well, yeah, you're right. That's actually technically illegal. But I'll tell you what. Let's pretend you're a store owner, and a gangster comes in there and says, well, you're going to pay me protection money, or my boys are going to destroy your store. Now, of course, what the gangster is doing is illegal, but try not paying him and see what happens. You know, and that's the same thing I try to tell them about the U.S. government. Yeah, sure, federal taxes and all these kind of taxes, sure, all that's illegal. They don't do it. They don't have the legal right to do it. But try not paying your taxes and see what happens.
Yeah, this is where people are starting to get into tribes, and then put in all of their like house and a car and all the money that they own into asset protection trust, and then they put themselves the legal name, the all caps name, into the trust as well. And then they claim that they're in a tribe, and then they can only be judged by tribal and ecclesiastical law.
Yeah, I've been listening to a little bit of them Silverine video guys talk about a few things like that. Yeah, that's what they were saying.
I think it's a bit the massive part of what needs to be happen to kind of have a tipping point.
Honestly, I think this flat Earth movement that's going to be the tipping point if we can make it strong enough. But half of the problem is 90% of our current flat earthers aren't real flat earthers. They go in, watch a video, and they realize, oh, look, the Earth is flat. And then all of a sudden they get handed this Gleason map and research it. But since they figured, well, he was telling the truth about the Earth being flat, and that's the greatest mystery ever revealed right there. Well, then if he's telling the truth about that, then obviously this Gleason map must be true too. And that's our biggest downfall right there. Because everyone that's getting any kind of public attention is using this Gleason map to prove the flat Earth. And as soon as people realize the faults in it, they're going to say, you're nuts, that map doesn't work. And if you think that's a flat Earth, then I'm just going to stay on the ball. And they'll never come over to flat Earth. But if we can overtake that Gleason, if we can crush out that Gleason, I believe the flat Earth will definitely be that tipping point that would tip all society and probably start this whole new age that everyone's talking about. But that's just my 2 cents on it.
For me, it was
you're on about the
throughout the whole
you're
cake.
on about the Pac-Man.
Do what's that? Yeah, I'm a Pac. I'm a Pac-Man.
Yeah. I just I watched the Guardians of the Galaxy 2, the newer one, and in that there's like flat Earth type references, and then references to a creator, references to the deluge or the Great Flood, and then near the end there's a Pac-Man reference.
I've been meaning to see that. I've seen them. I haven't seen either one of them yet, but I don't watch TV anymore. But I've been meaning to see that because people have been telling me about that. I also heard, what was the Gods of Egypt had some flat Earth references, and I did watch that. And yeah, that was kind of heavy flat Earth there for me, anyways. Ra was up in his ship, above the firmament. You know what? We'll talk about that later, but that firmament, that's another good question. We seem to have 2 firmaments, not just one, but that's another topic, I guess. What are we talking about anyways? We're still talking about...
We're figuring out the whole stuff with the flower of life and the square, and just try to put it together and see how reality actually keeps connecting so far. I haven't found anything yet what doesn't work in the square.
This might be a good point for me to just to jump in and show you what I came up with in the model there last evening. It's because everything you've said to this point in this conversation is exactly in the 3-dimensional model that's using the particle physics and the magnetics. I'm using Blender, which is you can use it as a scientific research, right? It's you put in the parameters for the particles and the magnetic fields and the toroids, and it's all been spaced out to scale, right? I can run you through that really quick. Might be a good time to jump in there with that. And you can see, because I know Gemini, maybe you haven't seen it yet.
Oh no, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen anything. I need to see it all.
So what I'll try to do is explain it as I go through, and I wanted to show you a couple little tricks that in order to make the moonshot work exactly as I could get it, as close as I could get it to reality from the inside out, and the refraction of the sun and the shadows and the transition of Mercury across the sun path, and so how does the black dot appear on the sun image, and so it will replicate all of that, and it's based on the magnetic field and the diamond shape. So what I'll do first is I'll go through it in this is a rendered edition, right? So you're seeing all the plasmas. Basically, it's plasma fields, and you'll see it rendered. And then I'll show you the wireframe after, so you can see how the toroids and the geometry is working out behind it. So that'll be the steps I'll go through here real quick. So up in the left-hand corner, where you get the purple diamond, purple plasma diamond.
Right.
You can see that I have basically it's what I would call a observational sphere, right? It's a celestial sphere that we're looking out through from the center point of the magnetic field. There's a little tiny dot. there's a little tiny dot there, and then there's the pink circle represents Venus. So it's basically the celestial sphere looking out through it to Mercury and Venus, and then the sun, right? And what happens if I it's an anisotropic system. So if I slowly rotate that diamond, just watch what happens, right? You can see the planets. Then it goes to black space as I rotate it, right? And then all of a sudden you'll see the diamond come back and it goes to pure light, right? So it's a pulsating type of field. And the reason for that is the light from the sun in this model, the way I set it, is a UV light, and it's anisotropic in the sense that it goes in one direction, and you can see it only from one direction, right? But it's omnipresent everywhere. It's a black light that saturates everything, right?
Well, light is a field.
Right, so it's a light field, and it travels through time, basically through time, in a single direction, and then reflects back. What we see reflecting back creates the image, right? So it's only in one direction, but it saturates everything. So it's omnipresent and linear in that fashion, right? So then down in the lower screen, you can see where the shadow of Venus and the shadow of what we would perceive as our celestial sphere, or our observational point, the shadows are going backwards into the sun image in that field. And the reason for that, I'll explain a little bit here, but it's everything, all the shadows go back to the sun. And up in the right-hand image is actually the camera that's at the center point of the observational field, and I focused it on the moon. And the camera has, I think I have it set at a 250 millimeter lens to replicate a 250 telescope, that's about the size of the frame you would see through a 250 millimeter lens. And the moon is at 285,000 kilometers from the observational point, which is exactly where it is, right in the celestial field. Now, what I noticed when I rendered it was that all of the stars, because this whole field is saturated with light, right? So all of the stars are actually appearing within the circle of plasma that we're basically at the center of. And if I'm going to take this top left-hand part of the model, and I'm going to take it back to a wire frame so you can see the geometry. So you can see the setup, how the shot is set up, right? If I zoom into the center, we're in the center ball looking out through the field. This is the moon, this is Venus.
Venus, all right.
The sun is actually behind, right? So the light from the sun is coming across the field, and then because it's anisotropic, it's coming backwards and illuminating everything from the back side. So that's why we see only one side of the moon, because it faces us and it's backlit, right? So if I take on the z-axis for an example, I can rotate the sun and you'll see it'll go through all of the moon phases, right? If I can get it to render properly, right? It takes some time to render, but so that's basically what's happening, is that it's a reversal. And I can turn on, if I turn on the magnetic fields, and I'll rotate the model in the left-hand corner up just a little bit and zoom out. So now you see the diamond refracting space field, if you want to call it that, the anisotropic light field.
Now this is the magnetic
at the center of the toroid. This is the north.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
this is the magnetic field, yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I see the torus.
So when right, so I took the dimensions of our Earth field, right, of 12,000 right to the dimensions of it, right? 12,000 miles in diameter for what we can see, right? This is our observational field, not the map, not the flat map. It's just I'm just using the just our observational celestial field to determine the distances. So then when I scale the magnetic field to that outward, then the moon's orbit falls out to scale. It falls right in with this point. That's where a 35 millimeter lens can see it. So the human eye could see it right there. That's where it would first appear within a magnetic field to scale. And then from that point, the next is just another torus around that torus of the same dimension. So the donut closes in that donut. And the next point where a planet falls is Venus. And it's in this toroid. And you just keep scaling them out as a fractal, right? And go down at the top. Well, there's right, and the diamond. It's repeating itself like a sonic wave bubble, right? Like a sonic. So it doesn't matter which way you look at it. It's the same repeating pattern. And there's the double circles that Ceres has, and we're applying the map field. It's all the same geometry right into the center. It's a fractal field.
Like the Eye of Horus. Don't that remind you of the Eye of Horus? Looking at that.
Everything is in there. Yeah, you can take. You got the pyramids, the Eye of Horus, the square, the circle. Yeah, and it's all based on the three-dimensional magnetic.
And the center point of this is.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, you cut out there.
Chris, you've gone black.
Magnetic.
Black. You need to present it again, Chris. It's gone black.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh, I heard him.
Your screen's gone black.
Oh, the left hand, upper left hand is black.
Yeah, Chris just needs to present again.
There.
Oh.
There, that's you. We've got your icon back. The icon's back, but not the picture.
No, the picture is back.
Picture's back.
Okay. Yeah, I'll jump out of that application because it's so data heavy that it kicks me out sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the geometries that are involved, and so you can see it's like a plasma diamond, like a black body plasma diamond that's refracting back to the center point of the magnetic field. And this is what we end up with the render. And I've been doing some research as far as placing the camera at different places, like based on the elevation map and that Ceres has, right? Using the same data. So if you're in the center of the field looking out, it's like a human eye, right? You're looking out through this. This is the refraction of the actual celestial dome that we're looking through. So you can see that even though the entire light field is pink and ultraviolet light, when we look out through it, we see blue and yellow because of the different layers of the atmospherics that we're looking through. So it filters out all of that radiation just refractively, right? And we see the yellow sun. That's what the sun looks like from our perspective. And then when I move the camera around, excuse me, when I flip it, when I rotate it around on the black side of it and look out through with the camera, well, then we get a sunrise, right? Sunrise and sunset. And if I rotate the sun around, it goes up and down. It's just a sunrise, sunset, sunrise, sunset.
I need to learn one of them programs.
Yeah, so I agree 100% with everything you're saying, and Ken Wheeler's work. It's a self-referencing toroidal magnetic field construct.
Yeah, and once you realize that, now you kind of understand. Once you understand the magnetic nature of our world, now you kind of see why they suppressed Tesla back then.
Absolutely.
Because in order for Tesla to come forward, you would have had to explain ether, magnetism. Then it was only a matter of time before they realized, hey, wait a minute, this is a magnetic, this is an electric creation we're in. Then the whole system. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see that space is just saturated. It'd be saturated with ultraviolet radiation in all directions, omnipresent. The stars appear within our visual realm. When we look up through the sky, we see the stars where they appear within our limited viewpoint, right, of 180-degree refraction, and however far we can focus with basically our resolution capabilities, right? Anything out here, it's radiation field, and information, basically it's raw data. It's, if you want to think of it as light data, it would be like a light construct, right?
Kind of your own field is the complete field where where you can actually make contact with everything within it.
That's correct, yeah. So I mean, I can see why they would have suppressed Tesla
Oh,
and all of that, because there's no going into that and coming out alive, right? If you left this celestial sphere, right, as far as we can get, right, if you walked out into that, or good luck to you, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Tesla would have definitely blown this whole situation open. It would have been over with if they would have let his work get out.
Absolutely, yeah. And it amazes me because on some of our other hangouts, I've been looking at the creation of the craters and the mountain ranges and how they're always positive, negative poles, right? You'll have a crater in one zone that's a negative pole, and then the positive pole is an iron mountain. And if you plug the two together, well, it's unlimited energy, because all the energy is coming in from the outside. It all manifests here, right? Right. So if you plug into it carefully, you got to be careful. If you don't do it right, you're messing with some energy that's
Electrocute yourself and kill half the countryside.
oh yeah, it would split whatever this realm is. I mean, once the short starts, there's nothing stopping it, right? So you'd have to be really, really. So I suggest that nobody plays with that stuff, but it's Tesla technology, absolutely, 100%. Yeah. And that's why Einstein, you had mentioned Einstein earlier, and they come up with the gravitational constant for the UTM base. So if you don't have the gravitational constant to a center of this magnetic field, then you can't map anything to it. And it's always in motion. It's always in motion, and it has density and movement in time. So when we do the UTM survey datum points relative to sea level, it's measured to a gravitational point in time set to the year 1900, right? 1900 at the prime meridian of the year for the 1900, and then they allocated that to the prime meridian in England, and that's where it's set to. And everything in our survey and GPS data all refers back to that single point in time relative to the position it's at now. So it's a self-referencing datum point. So now I have to go, my next step is to go and just take the GPS map from Ceres and put it in this and see where it all lays out, and then I'll start simulating.
What kind of theories do we have about the moon? Now that's been a complete and total mystery to me. I haven't solved any mystery.
Sorry about that.
What is the mystery? I think we missed it.
It's gone.
Yeah,
You just got your icon again.
yeah, someone went black.
Yeah, I stopped sharing, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to talk to you no more.
No, I stopped sharing the photo because it cut in and out there. I thought maybe I was interfering with the transmission there.
No, two things that I had been thinking about, that I was just talking about, was what is the moon? And another thing, a subject that's been on my mind a lot lately, I've been watching these lightning sprites, and they seem to be hitting something. Approximately 100, they say it's 100 kilometers up about. That when during lightning storm shoots up, apparently you have these things called sprites, that are shooting up, and I've watched them. It looks like they're radiating off a firmament, but it's only 100 kilometers up. And then I watched another thing with comets and meteors, and I don't know, maybe I just watched the video wrong, but it honestly looked like they were on the other side of this, and they were literally skipping across whatever this second firmament is.
Yeah,
and I do know that
I agree. Yeah,
it does say there's 2 Van Allen belts, and that's one thing. Free energy, that he showed that in his model, but I don't know how well that works out or not. I don't even know how to begin to test that or anything outside shooting a rocket up there myself. But I ain't got that kind of money.
Yeah, I'm working on that with some other folks to actually do a high altitude launch and take some data. That the plasma sphere outside of that would be the Van Allen layer, because it's all plasma physics and radiation. And I agree that the comets and meteors, not comets, but the meteors are skipping off of that. As soon as they come into that zone, they just light up like fireworks, right?
Oh man, it's awesome. I was watching this guy show some kind of demonstration of some little chemical rock that he makes, and when you smash it, I guess they're called smash glow rocks or something. And every time you smash them, it just shoots this brilliant light off of it. Yeah,
the triboluminescence crystals. Yeah, that's piezoelectricity. As soon as you apply pressure to a crystal, it'll glow whatever color it's made out of.
Yeah, he was showing one was red and the other one was blue.
Yeah.
But it does look like, I've been watching the same comments now for 2 or 3 days, and they seem to have a pattern. I don't know if it's just me or if I'm just getting the wrong videos, but they all seem to have this 3-skip pattern.
Yeah.
And then they disappear. You see this long trace, then it looks like it hits, and then you see a second trace, and then it looks like it hits again, then you see a third trace, and it disappears. And they all seem to follow that exact same pattern. I need to watch more. I need to get a whole bunch, as many as I can. Watch those. But yeah, it definitely looks like just like a rock skipping across water. And then that made me start thinking about clouds. I started watching cloud videos. You ever seen them cloud videos where it actually looks like we're in the ocean?
Yeah, there's those really, really high altitude clouds, and you can only see them if the sun is at a certain position, and I think they're called noctilucent clouds. If you look up noctilucent clouds, they call them clouds, but they're not. They're plasma fields. It's like a white blue glow plasma field, and that would make sense in this model because you have the upper. Because plasma changes color as it cools, so there's a blue plasma, which is...
What are those called again? I want to look that up.
Noctilucent. If you look up noctilucent or noctilucent clouds.
Okay. Yeah, I want to see
noctilucent clouds.
I see the word right here. I want to see them. Oh yeah. No.
Yeah, they're...
What I was looking at. Yeah, don't those look just like waves on the top of a...
Right. So that's the magnetic field. So what you're seeing is a blue plasma in a magnetic field, and that's the cold plasma. And then it changes to pink above that. So when lightning strikes the ground, the sprites go up and connect with the plasma Van Allen belt above. They try to short out, right? Because lightning goes in both directions at the same time. It discharges laterally and vertically at the same time. So the sprites go up and the lightning comes down, and it splits polarity, right? That's what's going on. Yeah. And that's why meteors... Say again?
Is there any way to penetrate that or no?
Oh man, in my honest opinion, not with the technology we have currently that I know of, right? I think you might get through it if you could get in something that had a strong enough magnetic field that would protect and reflect and,
You would have to have a super magnet, though. I mean, it would have to be a massively strong. Yeah.
Yeah. You'd have to remodel the model basically. If you had a center toroid type of craft that you could stay in the center of that magnetic field, and have it actually take you in and out of that, right? You have to match the frequencies in order to travel outwards. As you went outwards, the frequency would have to change to take you safely from one orbital point. If you think of it as an atom, right? To jump the orbit from the electron to the proton, you got to change the polarity, right?
Right.
So the energy would be insane. But you're right. When I looked at the
has it any
they
point
made-
to go there?
Maybe that's what the CERN is. Maybe that's what they're doing at CERN, because they're not, I'm telling you now, they're not smashing particles together, because there's no such thing as electrons and gravitons. Yes, there are atoms.
no,
But I'm sorry, I do not believe in electrons and gravitons and photons, and I'm sorry.
yeah, the photon thing is a myth. They made the photon massless, because the only way to have a gravitational center is to take the mass out of the photon, right? That's the only way it works. But muons are like, you can go down as far as what they call muons. There are particles that'll hit other particles and knock them out of their position, and I've seen that with my own eyes, right? You can do a vapor, they call it a vapor chamber, like a cold vapor chamber.
I've heard of those. I've never seen one though.
Yeah. So then you'll randomly see particles pass through the ether and strike other particles and knock them out of their orbits, or they'll make a trail like a meteor trail on a micro scale. But anything below that, when you get into the quantum guru stuff, it's all fiction as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, if it doesn't follow the laws of electricity,
It doesn't
it's
exist.
not real.
That's right. Yeah.
We got room for particles, as far as atoms, yeah, because you have your torus and you got your direction of spin, which we call north, and your other direction of spin, which we call south. So I mean, yeah, we have a form of an atom, but as far as all these magical unicorn particles flying everywhere, like when you turn on your light bulb, suddenly there's magic photons spreading all across your room, and when you turn your light off, they magically just fall to the floor or disappear, and a leprechaun eats them. I don't know.
That's correct.
But
Well, that's correct, right? If the photon didn't have mass, you couldn't feel the heat because it couldn't have a mass effect on the thermal conductivity within your body, right? So, photons have mass, otherwise you wouldn't feel the heat from the sun, right? And so I'm with you on that.
there, yes, there is something actually there that they're calling the photon, but my understanding is that they're what's they call it, a transverse z-axis of dielectric pulse that comes across your electromagnetic field, and that pulsing point, each one of them pulses is that dielectric pulse, and that's when it does that pulse in the middle of a wave, they appear to say, oh look, well this appears to be a little particle. We're going to call this a photon or something like that. But I think from my understanding, and I'm not the genius, electrical genius or anything like that, but from my understanding, it's a dielectric pulse is what they're detecting that they think is a photon, but it's not. It's not a particle at all. It's just that pulse of dielectricity.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah. It's the back EMF. It's the back EMF of the standing wave. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. But another guy to really listen to, but this guy just really blows my wig off when I try to listen to him, and he just goes so fast, and I rewind his videos and listen to him again, is Eric Dollard. This guy is just an encyclopedia of, your head will explode just listening to this guy.
Yeah, I think it was about a decade ago or so. Well, 8 years, I guess. 8 years ago, I had the chance to talk to him in person one time on the Skype thing. Yeah, you're right. He's out there as well. He knows his stuff.
Yeah, he was talking about, he had studied the sun for a couple of years himself, and he came to the same conclusion that the sun was a hollow body, and that it was being powered from, well, he wouldn't say the word ether for some reason. I don't know why. I guess that's a bad word according to Ken Wheeler. But he was basically saying, yeah, it's an ether-powered light bulb. It's basically a hollow light bulb. So that's where I got the idea. That's why I say it's a light bulb. It's not because I was, some kind of genius and I just came up with this new theory or something. No, I'm just following this other guy's stuff, and I believe it's right, so I'm repeating it. I'm a repeater in this particular case. That's not my research.
I agree. I agree. It's the like I said in the model I have constructed there, the sun is outside of it, and the sun that we observe is the focal point, right? It's the.
I thought about that. Yeah, I have considered that.
So it's not really there. It's there, but it's not, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but now you got to explain outside. I mean, I do. Well, look. Oh, no. Wait a minute. If you have a lower firmament at 100, say, so are you saying this focal point, do you think this is going across the lower firmament? Because from my understanding, you got your plane, your land, then you go up about 100 kilometers or say 120 miles or so at best. Then you got your first, I don't know, glass, water, some kind of a firmament. Then from my understanding, everything that's underneath that is called the first heaven. Then you got the second heaven, which is where the sun, the moon, and all the wandering stars are at. This reflection, where do you see the actual sun itself? Do you see it in the second heaven, or do you see it outside of the firmament altogether, reflecting in, or what? Where's the actual location at for the actual sun?
It's outside, yeah. In the model to make it work, it is outside of both. It's beyond. It's actually outside of the diamond, shining in through the black body, right? It's shining in through the black body, and then our firmament is restricted to the 12,000 miles total, and then obviously we have atmospheric layers under that. So the first heaven, you call the air the first, the second, third, and it goes out until it becomes ultraviolet spectrum, right? So the sun is out beyond that. But what we see at the center, I mean, so we do see it as a center object, but it's a reflection at the center of refraction in the entire thing.
Yeah. I have considered that idea, and I haven't ruled that out whatsoever. It does make a whole lot of sense according to my own personal thoughts on the situation. But again, I'm not Mr. Research, a guy to get up there that can actually measure that, but I'm pretty certain that's about right.
I pulled up a picture there. The black body diamond is that it allows light to go basically in all directions, but it only allows us to see it in one direction when we look back out through it. So that the sun, the camera image below is actually in the center of where we would be right now, right, looking out through all of the atmospherics. So we end up with blue and yellow, blue and the gold of the sun. Those are the actual atmospherics, but the sun is outside beyond the diamond, right? Way out, shining in. So the sun that we see the sun appear to the center of it, where it all reflects, like a diamond would refract, like a diamond refracts all light to the center, and that's where we see it appear to us, and it makes perfect sense. And that's why everything is in shadow. So that's why the moon glows the way it does, because it's a reversed polarized light coming backwards. Yeah.
That moon's been a big mystery to me too, trying to explain that. Because again, how the whole moon phase thing is really throwing me off. I can understand it producing its own light, but doing it in phases like that, that's just really messing with my mind.
In the model I have, it's a diffused it's a reflector, it's a refractive object. So it doesn't emit, but it's refracting and reflecting the light that's coming from the sun, which is outside, bouncing off of it and coming back to us. Polarized.
Sorry, Chris, what are you showing us? Your screen's gone grey.
Sorry, did I do that again? Hang on.
Oh,
Okay. Can I just ask one thing? You said the sun is there, but it's not there. So
correct.
What does that mean exactly?
it's
there, but
balloon.
I'll have to. Am I still doing the black screen thing?
Yeah.
It's your icon now.
Okay, that's
a good question, Karen, because you know what? I've seen some videos that really made me question. According to my mathematics, you know, when I sit there and try to figure time zones and make a little triangle to figure out the sun's height, I'm getting the sun's height at somewhere between 1,200 to 3,000 miles, but yet I'm seeing people put out videos they're in airplanes which never travel higher than, what, 36,000 feet, and they're showing sun below the clouds. In one video I saw the sun actually in the clouds, but I mean, like, seemed way too small to actually be the sun. I don't know. But I'm having a lot of problem trying to figure out the actual height of that thing too. Because again, we don't have.
I was going to say that's
So
exactly how it works in the model. Yeah.
Yeah. So far, I figure we need to use the vortex method to actually get to the center point of the toroidal field, and then see from the reality recorded directions of the light bodies.
Well,
Can I just ask something? Can I just ask something? D's got a P900. D, how far do you reckon your camera sees? Seconds.
Right, sees all the way to the stars.
Yeah, but how many miles? How many miles?
True.
How far are the stars away? This is what I mean. We don't know. I'd love to be able to tell you. I mean, I can tell you when I zoomed in on that lighthouse, it was 21 kilometers away. I mean,
and you're always able to see farther up than you will out, so I don't know if we'll ever be able to figure that out.
Will this start?
Well, I've asked Dave Marsh and I've asked people like David James. They reckon about, I don't know, 25 miles. Kilometers is a little bit less. D said, what was it, 20 odd kilometers?
Yeah, 21 kilometers. But like I say, that was from sea level looking out over swell. If you go up higher, you can see further.
Right. If you take your
looking vertical versus horizontal, if you're looking horizontal, you're not going to be able to see as far as if you're looking up, because you're actually looking through less density if you're looking straight up than as if you would like looking straight across the ocean water or something.
Yeah, I mean, the air at sea level is a lot more compressed anyway, so it's a lot harder to see if you're looking at sea level than you are if you go up even like 50 foot.
Right.
So D, what happens in the model here too is it's the same thing. If I take the camera and raise it up and look out and get up beyond in the thinner atmospheric layers, then the sun actually will shrink in size, and you'll see it as a pinpoint of light on the XY axis. And if I take the camera and put it down into the thicker atmosphere, well, then it expands. So from our perspective, if you're lower into the air, right, then the sun gets larger and larger and larger relative to your perspective. So if you take your P900 camera and focus it, say, on a lighthouse 21 miles away, focus it in on that light, and then don't change your focus, just point it up at the sky and see a star. And if the star remains in focus, then you're 21 miles, right? Then you're still looking at 21 miles. Right?
I was thinking that, to be honest. I've not been out there at night, and I don't think the lighthouse has got a light at night. But Dave Marsh, I believe, has tried something similar. He's had his focused in on the moon, and then moved it across to a star, and the stars stayed in focus.
Right. So all of the images we see are appearing within the refractive index of the air itself. Right. Underneath.
It's the only thing that makes sense, really.
Perfect star. If you set your camera up already focused on a star perfectly, and then bring your camera down and see how far you see before everything comes into perfect focus camera, that might give you an idea.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? If there's no medium for light to propagate in, then there's no image, which is why I ended up having the anisotropic diamond shape. Because if I turn that diamond shape off, which I just called the cube, I called it the cube, and I gave it the properties of anisotropic refraction. If I turn that off, then everything turns glowing white light. You can't see nothing, right? So you need to have a medium for light to be slowed down in, right, and actually appear to you, right? That's the same with our human eye, right? If you think about it, if all of the light came into our eyes and it didn't have the same anisotropic properties, the light would bounce around, and if it was all little tiny spheres, right? If the light came into our eyes and bounced around uniformly everywhere in our eye, then you would see nothing but glowing white light. The focus at the back, the retina couldn't see anything. So light has to come in one direction, and it cannot leave and bounce back out. Not a whole lot of it anyway. Some might, but not much. Otherwise, your brain couldn't recognize it as a signal.
So you're not one that subscribes to the theory that light takes like millions of years to actually get to our eyes from the sun, and it's because it bounces around in the atmosphere, bounces around here, there, everywhere, and and then good.
No, light is the light is omnipresent everywhere, and it just depends on where you focus to see it. Right, that's it. It's everywhere omnipresent.
Waving. Yeah, wherever the field waves, that's light, but it's not a particle or a thing. It's wherever that is waving. Yeah.
So what we're seeing, it's omnipresent, and we're seeing wherever light interferes with itself is what we perceive as matter and reality and all that. It's and it has pressure. It's like you said. It's like you said before. If there's no container, then there's no pressure. Right, so in order for light to appear to us, there has to be a boundary layer, and there has to be something for it to be contained within.
Right. That's why I'm curious about this lower firmament, because, well, I don't know. I'd like to find out why NASA says there's two belts. I'd like to see the in-depth analysis of all that, because I'm convinced there are, but...
Two belts? Yeah. Oh, they're there for sure. Yeah, there's in the model, in order to make it work, I have to put in one layer that's green, one layer that's ultraviolet pink, and the other layer is blue. And then when we're on the ground looking up, all we see is the blue, but there's also the green and the ultraviolet, and that's why we have our...
These aren't solid things. This is just pressure mediation, right? It's not actually, like an actual glass barrier or...
No, it's all it is a sphere with a certain thickness, right? And then I just put in the particle distribution in it, and then tell it what the density of each one is, and the color that it'll scatter whatever color. So the blue scatters blue, the green scatters green, and the red scatters red. That's our red, blue, green color. And once you have all three colors, and then put the ultraviolet on the outside, which is all colors in all ultraviolets, then we see white. And that's why the sun appears to be a glowing white orangey color through a blue atmosphere. You need the four phases.
As we're talking here, I've been looking at these noctilucent clouds you were telling me about.
Yeah.
How high up are those things?
They say that they're about 200 clicks roughly. They're way up there. Yeah.
Yeah, those really do. I mean, it's amazing how they look like ocean waves, the tops of oceans. I mean, it's just like, it always almost makes me wonder, do I live in water and I just don't know it, which makes me ask a second question. Do fish know they swim, or do they think they fly? Are they aware of the water they're in?
Yeah.
Or do they think they're magic critters,
Yeah, we're just lost souls swimming in a fishbowl year after year.
Yeah, and when you look at these clouds, yeah, it really does look like, I've seen video footage of these things moving. That's what I'm saying. It looks so much like the top of an ocean. Like, you can always imagine you're inside of a giant fishbowl.
Yeah.
Especially as they're full of water anyway.
If you Google, if you Google the cloud chamber experiment with the tungsten emitter, like cloud chamber, what would be a good search? Cloud chamber 2% thorium. It's a thorium cloud chamber experiment, and there's a couple of videos there that shows that in action, and you see exactly the same the waves going through.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, cloud chamber 2% thorium sample, YouTube. Yeah, perfect. I wish I could share this, but I don't know how to share anything right now.
So the inoculant clouds are exactly the same thing, right? Inoculant clouds are doing the same thing, except they're up in that cold layer, and this is cold plasma, and then it's just being energized. And it's the same thing.
Yeah,
As
I
far
can
as
see that.
As far as I can tell, that's what's going on. And meteors, you'll see little meteors coming through that cloud chamber. Well, I think that meteors are pretty much the same thing, only on a larger scale, right? As a large chunk of whatever it might be comes into that cloud zone, it just poof. That's it. It glows white hot for a little bit, vaporizes according to its constituents.
Man, we have so much to learn.
Also, video one actually colliding with the firmament in a sense, the energetical one, and where it only spread it out.
Yeah, meteor. There's a video on YouTube. Yeah, meteor hits the dome. It's awesome too, and it shows exactly the same process. And I think in that particular case, because he caught it on film, and I reviewed that film, 100 times to make sure it wasn't a hoax, and it's legit. I mean, he's a professional photographer. I went to his website. It's 100% legit. And so I think in that sense, what happened was, as whatever that object was, it came into that plasma field. You have to think of it as an object flying in towards a radiant field, and it gathers more and more energy, right? Physically absorbing it as an absorption. And then once it becomes saturated with so much energy, it just exploded right there. But then all of its particles just kind of fell out into the magnetic field. It picked up so much charge, it just poof, right? And then dissipated in a ring. So it's just amazing to me.
I'm amazed every day with flat Earth.
Yeah.
You think you know things, and then you find out much more information.
I was surprised.
45.
Yeah. I was surprised in the model when I had to reverse the light to make it work, but then I wasn't surprised. You know what I mean?
It's everything back to front, isn't it?
Everything is backwards. If you want to understand it, you got to turn it all upside down, and then it becomes, oh, well, that's how it works. Yeah.
So what everybody believes is the sun is in here, but it isn't. It's out there.
It's outside shining, and we're seeing a reflection. Yeah. And the angle that we look at it is where it appears in the sky.
Oh, that particular point which you meant with reflection in the circle.
Correct. Yeah.
The bottom side of the Mandelbrot.
Correct. Yeah.
Because
I've tried that with the camera, right? I've tried that picture I showed you there with the sunrise. That's actual camera looking out through the 3 layers of the particle layers. And if you turn the camera around, then the sun will track just exactly the way it's supposed to. And if I take the sun in the model and rotate it, but keep it level, right? Keep it level on the XY axis and rotate it around, you'll see it arc just like the sunrise, sunset. It'll arc perfect.
Yeah.
So it blew my mind, but it's actually not there. It's outside, and all you're doing is looking at the focal point where all of the sun's energy focuses at the center of the field.
Wow.
Yeah, and we're dead center.
It makes me feel like it's looking through it's like looking through a looking glass and having that sort of bit below it, and that's the sun. Is the bit below the looking glass, what do you call it? Not the looking glass. I mean, I can't think. What do you call it? Magnifies it and you make the grass burn if you put
the magnifying glass at the focal point. Yeah,
that's it. Sorry, I couldn't think of it.
Yeah.
Oh, stupid me! But it's like the magnifying glass with the beam coming down. It's like that's what the sun is.
Yeah, if you imagine yourself. I'm trying to figure it out myself, but I mean, if you imagine, I imagine myself at the center of a black body mirror. It's a mirror that looks within itself, right? It's mirrors within mirrors, and everything comes to one single point.
But you know what, though? That is going to be so difficult trying to explain to the masses.
Oh yeah.
That light can gather in the middle of the sky. I mean, that is going to be. Wow, that's a pretty intense concept. I mean, that's my point. There's so much science that is missing in this. Trying to present this to the world. I mean, we can prove the Earth is flat, But proving how it works, man, we're back to square one. I mean, literally.
Well, this is fourth dimensional particle physics and wave duality and microwave radiation,
yeah,
and it's
exactly. We know nothing about that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, people who study the mysteries and stuff like that, they have an inkling. You know, people who know about electricity, they have, you know, a little bit of an inkling what's going on. But basically, yeah, our whole world has been revolved around Einstein science, you know, relativity,
Yeah.
special relativity, general relativity, you know, string theory, all kind of strangeness that, yeah, we're literally starting all over from scratch again. I mean, is fire hot? I don't know.
Well, if you take some time there, if you can look up the PDF version of Einstein's theory of moving bodies, electromagnetics of moving bodies. He in that thesis, he acknowledges the Michelson-Morley experiment and says it was valid and that no motion of the Earth was ever found relative to light. And he also acknowledges Maxwell's equations, that they are all good, because he reviewed them, and in his thesis says we're going to say that Maxwell, all of his equations, you know, V dot B equals 0 is correct.
Right.
So then he took all motion. He said there's no proof of the motion of the Earth, and he assigned it to a pendulum point.
Yeah.
And that's how he made it work.
Yeah, he said there was no experiment. He said there was going to be no experiment. He said there's no optical experiment or no experiment you can show where you can optically show the Earth moving.
Or physical. Yeah.
I think he might have been. I think he kind of was forced to go in the direction maybe that he went in.
Yep, I think so.
Because I mean, everybody knew. Well, not everybody knew then, but people know now that Tesla, he had it right. I mean, he didn't have the whole system mastered, but given, you know, some more time, and if he was given half the funding that Einstein was given, I'm sure he would have figured it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, our whole world though has been centered around these false sciences of, you know, exploding big bangs and ape evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, that we are literally.
Imagine if they put a bit of the money that they have lied to us with, so they've used all this money to lie to us. If they'd even just put that into proper research, imagine where we'd be today with understanding what we live in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, we've lost 200 years worth of valid research. Yeah.
Do you think they knew that we were going to be a bit further on in things? You know, like we were going to be a bit further on, like I suppose you call it technology, but do you think they knew that? So they had to make sure there was a great big lie set in place.
I'm not sure what the reasoning, you know, other than, like I said earlier, the if people understand it and some fool decides to play with it, right? I can see why they would want to suppress Tesla's information and his knowledge and how it works. And on the other hand, by doing so, it set us back 200 years in development and technology. Although you'll find a lot of it, I think I mentioned it before, you'll find a lot of it has been minimized and hidden in cell phones and computers and processors and, you know, pancake motors and bicycle wheels. All of that stuff that you can have a pancake motor that doesn't use any magnets at all. It's just wires on wires, and then they sequence it. Stepper motors and all that stuff. It's been minimized. So I think that what they did is they said, okay, we don't want this out in the public. Let's shut it down and minimize it. They made it all micro. Like the little gravitometer that's in your cell phone is also centered to the same point in time, and it's just it's one single atom of gold that's wired to the center of the cell phone. And all it's doing is sensing a magnetic field change. Phone is positioned and the magnetic field in time. That's how it works, right? There's 4 gyros in a phone. That's how you can play your games. And it converts the change in magnetic pressure on the atom of the gold into an electric charge and tells the phone where it's at. So there's no motion. I mean, if you think about it, if the Earth was moving right at all, then that would never work, right?
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Oh god.
So I understand. I
Technology
understand. I understand the why, like why they constructed it the way it was. I get that part, right? And it's like Gemini saying, it's all dielectrics, and dielectrics and diamagnetism and antiferromagnetism. That's the other half of the equation. That's the whole different set of principles. And all you've ever learned in school was magnetism, ferromagnetism, and electric, conduction in a single from positive to negative. But the diamagnetic side of it is the other 50%, right? And it operates in the same rough principles, but it's in the reverse polarity, every bit of it. So there's just as much energy in salt water as there is in sunlight, or there's just as much energy in a hot electrode as there is in a cold one. Right? A cold fusion versus hot fusion, nuclear versus cold fusion, right?
Yeah.
So I get that part. That's the why.
The really sad thing is now you learn that anything that they're offering you, say for your phone, say the GPS, that was also they could track you. So we think, oh look, we've got a new function, we've got another. It was just to track us.
And that's going to get worse. Like the electric cars are coming out now. Elon Musk is putting in the subway underneath LA. They've started on that project, but it's only for the electric cars because they could be tracked electronically. They're self-driving automated cars, so there won't be any more drivers on the road, right? Driving fuel. So this is all iRobot stuff. You won't be able to go anywhere without being tracked where you are. And they've already started the biometrics at the borders here in Canada. So once you now, if
I'm
you
really
need,
good though. That
right?
really pleased people didn't, like maybe if they'd done it 20, 30 years ago about putting tags and stuff in people, like scanners and all they do to go, we might have said yes, but I think too much has happened. And when they came out with they wanted to put chips in people so they could get into there, it didn't happen. People didn't go, it didn't happen.
Well, it is happening. Unfortunately,
it is happening,
they're putting chips in people in some, I think in Sweden, like if you want to, well, they're starting to introduce it so you can go on the train and you just have to walk past and put your hand out. It's got the RFID chip in and beep, there you
What
go.
I mean is, maybe it would have been bigger if we hadn't all woken up a bit and people are just so fed up with the way everything is. But I'm saying if they'd done it 20, 30 years ago, maybe many more people would have been chipped by now and not realised.
We don't even need to do it, right? Like, when you buy an iPhone and you put your thumbprint on the iPhone to turn, instead of putting in a passcode, you put your thumb.
Oh my goodness!
You put a thumbprint on the iPhone, and then the iPhone is Wi-Fi. If they have your DNA cross-referenced to your social insurance number, if you've ever given blood or whatever, then all they need, then the Wi-Fi can read your DNA using radio waves and confirm that the thumbprint matches the person genetically. So, and then once they dial into that, it's game over. Right? They can tell you wherever you are. It doesn't matter, day or night.
Oh my goodness!
Which is why I thought it was a good idea to have flat earthers, right, take their cell phones and then say, okay, I want my cell phone to be a little point of light on the map, and then just remain anonymous, but just track the point of light to a cell phone user has an account with flat Earth, and then the map will render in a 3D field, right, as points of light.
I mean, it's always possible they've got this nano dust that they've been pumping out with chemtrails, if you know what I mean. We could all be filled with little nanobots anyway. So.
Well, that's the thing, right? You spray it in the air.
Right? Thanks for that one. That makes you feel so much better.
Right. Well, that's it. As soon as you breathe it in, then it's in you, right? And they just have to track the frequency of whatever nanodust. They program the dust to react to a certain frequency, and then, they can create like a 3D map of you, right, from anywhere. You tie the two together. That's all you got to do.
All sounds great, doesn't it?
It's awesome.
Could they really control how many millions of people in the world? Could they really control everybody?
Not
I don't know if they have
I don't think, but they already control most people.
Well,
I
that's
don't
true,
think they have
G. They do. Through the television.
Well, with the
Hey
square
Dee,
wave thing
I'm going to
we're
ask this
looking at, yeah.
question, see what people say. How many people in the chat room don't really watch television anymore and feel much better?
Well, there you go. Put a 1 if you watch television and a 2 if you don't watch television, please.
Thanks, Dee. What's going to happen? What are they going to do? 2. What was 2 again, Dee?
1 was no TV, 2 was watch TV.
The beer guy is still watching.
Oh my goodness, everybody, you have to turn the television off. This is how they're controlling you. They give you subliminal messages through the television. Everything you're watching is a lie, all the wars, all the news, all the hoaxes. They've got you channeled where they want because they're just channeling you the whole time through the television. Adverts, everything. I very rarely watch the television, whereas I used to watch it a lot. And I do think they give out messages through the television as well. I think that you don't realise that, you know, you're seeing these subliminal messages and not realising it. That's what I think. I mean, I watch a little bit of television, but whereas I used to have it on 7 days a week, I might have it on 1 day a week when I wake up on Sunday morning with breakfast. Yeah, you muted yourself, Thomas. You're not muted now. Series, can you just show us what can you tell everybody what you're showing us?
This is a combination of the photographic and the elevation color and elevation height. And the middle square is the photographic part, and the outer squares are the extra data what I get only through the elevation data.
Series, would it be possible for you to send me that particular 3-to-1 map and maintain the elevations in some sort of a texture field that I could actually?
Yeah, that's what I wondered, how you can actually deal with data.
Yeah, but can you send me a copy of that map? So that, well, I might be able to do it in Blender, because I want to be able to take it and actually give the heights to the mountains. I might be able to do a texture elevation map, and then when I put it on there and I rotate the sun, you'll see the shadows cast through the mountains, and it'll be like real elevation right up.
Just very quickly, while this is coming round, does everybody see how high Antarctica is and how low it is the other side of Russia? Greenland.
Yeah, it's 888 times amplified, so that we can see it on this scale. And
I bet that's a 23.44 degree offset if you did the math. Just a guess. It's either 23.44 or 5 degrees from point to point, from the highest point to the lowest. Yeah. That's just an educated guess. Yeah.
So far, the highest distance I have seen in the map and located is about 10.5 kilometers. And that's the deepest point in the sea. I haven't found something higher actually as a mountain. Mount Everest could be the 8 kilometers, 8.5.
So that's about a 1% grade over 12,000 kilometers is what you're saying?
The highest in the square we could go is the 12,000 kilometers, yeah. No, 20,000 kilometers and 12,000 miles.
Yeah, I guess my question is, if you take where the North Pole at north on the z-axis there, if you take where Iceland is, the lowest point in the ocean there, above Greenland, and then measure the highest point at the Antarctic mountain range from ground to the highest, to see what that angle of inclination would be, whether it's 5 degrees or 23. I would almost guess it would be about 23.44 degrees, which would actually line up with the why they say it's an angled globe.
There can be so much done with this data.
Right. Well, the reason I'm asking is to keep water level, you have to tilt the map, right? You have to tilt the map relative to that height differential, and then the seas will be level. Sort of idea. It's just when I go to play with it from a topographical sense. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
I
wondering.
can map for the highest and the lowest positions as well, and see where all these positions are. In the square top and in the square bottom, in the square middle, and overall. Such numbers. It's the if I give you a level 10 or something, that's about what is it, 100 gig or something.
Yeah, because if you could somehow send me that square and the map just the way you have it there in 3 dimensions as a model, then I could pop it right in the center of what I have and then see where the light refracts and the moon, everything like the eclipses and the shadows cast, and I can just start rotating stuff around and see exactly where it falls, right? As an experiment.
I have I have just icons with X, Y, and then the height data are actually an icon at a certain position. What is 100? What is it? 32 by 32, and there's 1024 locations in one array, and those you can, according using the file name for the XY positions, plot in their sub position in a way, and that's how I store it.
Right.
And the question is, how do you actually need it? In what format can you use it that you can actually implement it in your Blender? I can transform it, but if there is a particular type, then yeah. To know.
Well, even if you could flatten it and then turn it to black and white, just black and white. So I have the differential between the 2 colors, black and white, and you flatten it down. Then I can texture map it back up as long as I know what the maximum height is on the highest and the lowest, and I can actually bring that back up, and then put it into the diamond at the center.
Okay.
Right, and then I can just do an overlay after that for color. Right, that's not a big deal. But I can build I'll build a 3-dimensional solid of that map, and then I can overlay the text, overlay the picture, right?
All you see here is just a color map what I use for the height. The height is just one number, and that's for every coordinate.
Yeah, so I think just a simple black and flatten that down and send it to me in black and white, like a high contrast black and white. Right.
How much bit color is that then? It's not normal RGB. RGB. 32-bit color or something.
Yeah, all I need is black and white. Yeah.
In that sense. Yeah, I've tried it with grayscales, for example. You lose a lot of heights in there because you can't. The compression of the number of colors you use causes that.
I see. Maybe I'll try it with if you send me a high resolution of the map that's on the side there with the golds, like the blue and the gold. If you send me a high res of that one in say 2480 or 1280 by 1280 or whatever it works out to, 720 by 3200. Then if you send me a copy of that, then I can take that one.
Yeah, I have one.
And then I can bring it back up.
You're changing the picture series.
I'm loading one. This is the complete one I have.
Hey Dee, in the question room, in the chat room, is there any questions or anything?
Well, not so much a question. There was just a quick comment by Tone Overdrive there saying maybe this square block represents a pixel. Dash 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 cool. we're tiny and don't exist. So cool, maybe. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's very much like I say, fractal. And I did answer fractals do play a big part in this. So, like relaying it as a pixel may not be such a bad idea. I don't think. But
That's a good way to
just me.
put it. Yeah, yeah. It's like it's almost as if we're inside of a single atom, and it's as big as the entire universe, and it all ends up manifesting right here.
Oh, yeah. Thomas, you're muted.
I can't hear Gemini there.
You're muted, Thomas.
Thomas, you're muted.
Okay, you can hear me now? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, my phone does that every once in a while, it just automatically mutes.
Okay.
But yeah, I was just agreeing with what you were saying. I believe that we're in a giant magnetic torus, a giant magnetic field. And I believe our existence is right in the middle on that, what we call the plane of inertia. If you was to look inside of a magnet, it would be the block wall or the magnetic domain or the domain wall, I think they call it.
Yep.
We're in that space right there in between them two poles, and it's a giant torus. It's not just the land that we're on. It's an entire, there's so much more to this than just the land we're walking on.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Right dead center at the plane of inertia. Absolutely.
Yes. Well, a lot of people do find it a little bit difficult sometimes to understand that this is a spiritual realm as well.
Well, that's where the grand unified theory comes in. It's unifying science, you know, with what we call metaphysics or stuff like that. It's unifying both and bringing them both together for everyone to understand.
A fellow you might like, Gemini, is Stephen. Look up Stephen J. Crothers, Crothers. He's a mathematician from Australia. Maybe you've seen some of his work, but in his conclusions, it ends up being K, which is the system. It's the total energy of the system. K is equal to 1 over R cubed, which is pretty much the same thing that the photographer, what's he go by? Ken Wheeler. It's the same formula. The energy of the system being K in
Right.
it's a tensor calculus. So a single point in time in vectored at 120 degrees relative to itself. It's vector calculus is what it is. But I relate that back to electricity. Right?
I was trying to learn that stuff from what's his name, Randy something. He was teaching about that Rogan coil. Let me look it up and see what his name was. I forgot what this name is.
Series, do you want to say what you're showing?
Yeah, I figured so far I built it up to the whole chakra system as a complete body, and where you see this complete figure of the flower of life up to the fruit of life. And exactly in the center is where you are as a individual, even as a focal point on the fourth and the fifth dimension, and then yourself within the upwards body through the sixth dimension. What I figure into the next realm of the high heavens, etc. And this particular image, in the top you have these 7 circles in where in these particular drawings they mean also the 7 heavens. This is out of the book from the world beyond the worlds beyond the poles, and I've glued the Earth in the middle as a reflection to below, and so it built up to above as well. And I figured this is even only one of the 7 what counts up to 49 of these circles upwards, what is eventually the complete universe toroid.
See, someone in the chat room just said they're not quite sure what they're looking at. Is this the sun? So could you just explain a little bit more about what that is?
Yeah, I'll be back in 5-10 minutes too, as well, just to let you know.
Sorry?
At least
I'll be back in 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. I'll bring it back here too.
Okay then, Chris.
this is a complete draw up of the 7th dimension on the right side. Yeah. All the circles joined in closed loops.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're talking about, right.
They actually bended all the straight lines into how the circles connect. Because you can't connect in three-dimensional sense the east and west together, because it's flat and it's looping. And the only way to do it is, if you ask me, like a toroidal field, just folding the whole dimensional line into the toroidal field itself, in where the middle is the focal point of the toroidal field, and kind of looping into itself over the finite length. And that's probably in the 5th dimension the same, it's just way bigger. And the first square gives me the idea that there has to be more beyond as well. It's already outside of the first square in that sense.
Well, all the ancient scriptures indicate that there are other worlds.
Yeah, if you ask me, we're kind of the focal point in the whole fruit.
That does make sense. I can see the logic in that.
Yeah, also the middle garden in that sense. If you place the tree of life on this, then we are also again in the heart of the tree of the tree, and you have these three-plated tree, and where we are the middle garden. Also from all this stuff ties into this whole sacred geometry. What I just placed back on the base square of the photograph, where reality actually begins. So far I figure I have actually made a kind of road back to the root of reality from out of the circles. Through all these stories I found, like the worlds beyond the pole, and how the principle of the star sky is actually based on the celestial realms beyond north and south. And so far I figured through this fruit of life, you have actually the double snake eats a half of the circle building, and then you have the crossing point of the circles where you have actually the snake meeting up. And really a point in where we are, in where a double snake is. And if you ask me, the south is even in two-dimensional sense, the earth below. We are in the middle, like a tree, and then you have the heavens above, what is below sea again. And it seems like even that the descending way is southwards, and ascending way is this northwards, towards the heavens. And it seems even through stories that the north is protected by angels, and there is the most or less military activity, and then in the south you have an extreme activity for the military. So it's, if you ask me, also a sort of kind stance.
There's one on each of the four corners. Apparently, I also remember from scriptures it says not only is there an angel on each of the four corners, but those angels were somehow manipulating our airstreams, our four jet streams, because it says, according to Revelation, that those four angels will stop them four jet streams. So I'm not quite sure how that system works, but yeah, there could be four angels in four.
It's based on the flower of life pattern. What makes the pillars of Earth within the flower of life pattern itself? You have the lineup with the top circle and the bottom circle crossing the focal points of where the actual elevation data actually lines up with this particular bottom wave exactly in the middle. And you'll have to align this with the sun Malema crossing to line this up with the elevation data. And I see that there is even in the second circle at the bottom, you can draw this third circle, and those points are like the other side of the pillar, where you have kind of a double triangle form, making up the one side of the flower, one half of the flower in that sense. What are probably kind of the point of, between the point, like the faces of the angels, and the pillars themselves are completely aligned through the flower of life pattern itself. So I think the whole circling thing is the heavenly stuff in the sense of all the energetical dynamics, but it happens all within the square constructs in where you have even these looping dimensions. And then for each west, you need if you have one square, and then north south we have at least three squares data. And what I figured through the flower of life pattern itself, that when you want to when you have the positions at the edge of the square in east-west direction of the equator, and then the pillars in north and south, and you want to repeat that circle in east-west direction, you need only a single step to actually line up exactly in the middle of the square again. But in north-south direction, you need at least 13 to actually end up within the middle of the square again. And to actually finish the loop, you need the 13 others to end up in the middle of the Earth square again. And that completes the fifth dimensional circle with 26 squares. And out of the 26, we have the alphabet, in where the heaven is the G and the earth is the T. Also, and that ties in as well, again, with the 26, I need to complete the fifth dimensional cycle of cyclical space, in that sense. But with heaven in between, on the other side of the circle. What is flat? But yeah, the only way to actually show it all in a next level is by closing the circle. And in this sense, the east-west direction becomes actually a double donut. And then an upwards donut and a downward donut. But with the middle exactly in the middle of the square. Reality itself becomes bended when you actually try to see the next dimensions in the third dimension or actually on a 2D screen. You lose the real distances or the real workings of our three-dimensional when you actually want to see it in a model. So yeah, there things get lost. But the actual principle is still the same of cyclical space, and the photographic detail shows for that also the empirical proof we have for ourselves that this is the actual square where the world exists out.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to help someone.
Carry on, series. Series?
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah.
I just have to mute. He's just walked away for a minute. I'll just mute him for a minute.
As far as I'm working on 3D, I'm actually programming all this just in a WebGL on a JavaScript. And yeah, it's one of the ways I can actually put the data in a 3D engine. And yeah, there are probably way more and more efficient ways probably. And yeah, it's all working with what you have so far. Yeah. What can I say more about it? Everybody has to study this material. It's there, but we never seen it, I guess. And there's so much in this elevation data. Just by coloring, I exposed the wave in the south, for example.
Right.
And on the right side, you can't see it's there. But in the extra color map,
People to
more detail. Oh,
Sorry,
more
Thomas.
detail.
So was Thomas saying something then? I'm not sure if he was saying something. Carry on, series.
No, I was just commenting that he has a lot of data here. I mean, to get the average person to understand this, it's going to take some time. It's going to be some work.
Yeah. And now I have enough data to have at least a good detailed view to begin with, at least a little animative stuff, and put recordings on the map. And in a rough sense that we can actually see a little bit of all the directions of all the readings in three-dimensional sense. And build up to the next dimensions and see how that actually works out in a next model step, in that sense that you actually finish the circles or close the circles. And then, yeah, it's what Chris does, that whole color bending stuff. Yeah, I think there's a lot of that in here. I know. It's probably for me it's a question more of how these pillars are actually working in magnetical sense, and in that they have these 4 different polarities of potential, as far as I can name it. And there seems kind of a double vortex field, one direction in the square, and the other half of the square. In that sense that you have, because of this flower of life positioning, there's a half distance between the pillars, but they are
Hey, Chris is back. Hello, Chris. I haven't seen much of you this last couple of days behind all your diagrams. Mind you, we haven't seen much of Series tonight behind his diagrams. I mean, people, Series didn't know it would be like that, did you, Series? You were just going for the data.
Yeah, I just wanted to see it. At first research was actually basically finding out what images they didn't have. Because from level 8, the images are starting to disappear. And from level 12 or 13, land is even disappearing.
Yeah, and that's what I've done
So,
too.
yeah.
The same thing is take the center of gravitational inertia, then map it out according to magnetic field in the 3-dimensional model, right? And you end up with a positive positive, a negative negative, and then a positive negative, which is biased to the positive, and then a negative positive, which is biased to the negative. And those last two create the spin, and the 2 positives repel and the 2 negatives repel. So you end up with this twisting double helix.
Direction. It's just an apparent thing, yeah.
Yeah. That's what warps the light and bends the light, and it brings it all into a focus point, and wherever you look, it's straight line.
That does make sense.
That's how it gets the anisotropic, right? It's everywhere, nowhere, and it's at a single point all at the same time.
Yeah, it's kind of could we kind of make a magnetical map out of particular positions of how they should work.
Then how does this 23 degree or 23 point whatever degree it is, how does that angle play into this also?
Well, that's this upward spectrum, I guess.
Or maybe it has
How
something to
far
do
you
with
go.
our firmament, or I don't know yet.
Oh,
Yeah, I think that if you take the 23 degrees and double it, you end up with 46 point, what is it, 46.96 or something like that, 92. That angle is the angle of refraction for a rainbow at the center point of the rainbow, because the lower point is 34 degrees and the upper point is 52 degrees. The lower point is blue light, the upper point is red light, and the center point is about 40 whatever degrees that is, right? 23 times 2, 46 degrees is roughly the center of refraction.
Don't we have, I'm not positive, but don't we have 46 chromosomes?
Yeah, we have 46 chromosomes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's, you know, at the center point where light can converge is why DNA is light reactive. You can take DNA, strand of DNA, and put it in the vacuum chamber, hit it with a laser, and then the DNA itself will be vaporized, but the image will remain holographically within the gas, right?
Really? That would be cool to see. I'd like to see something like that. That would be tight.
And the dolphins, you weren't in the chat last night, but I was showing how the dolphins, their electromagnetic, well, it's sonar, right? But they create images, three-dimensional holographic images in their brains, because they've recorded the reflections from a dolphin emission from its head, and then took that and played it back through a simoscope in water, and the image that the dolphin saw becomes apparent. You can see it in the water as a holographic 3D image.
That's some pretty interesting technology there.
Isn't it though? Yeah. So the dolphins have got, you know, they're way beyond our capabilities. Yeah. And they took the signal that they recorded from the dolphin and took it to another dolphin in another tank, played it back to that dolphin, and that dolphin could recognize the objects that the other dolphin had seen and identify them in a pool of water.
They start sending notes back and forth to each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally. Now, I don't know whether or not a dolphin could actually, you know, if a dolphin sends out a sonar signal that bounces back and he or she sees that image, right? That's how they know where they are in a three-dimensional space. I don't know if they could take that image and then reiterate it back out to say, I want you to see this, and communicate to another dolphin, this is what I saw, like teleport, you know, three-dimensional images.
Maybe through sound. I don't know.
Through sound, yeah, it'd be through sound, yeah. Which wouldn't be that much different than how we can record our own voices and play it back to ourselves.
Yeah.
Right? Dolphins could do it ultrasonically, possibly. I don't know if they can or not, but in theory, it would be possible. A holographic projection of a 3D sound. Yeah. But that blew my mind when I saw that research, and that just came out here in April. There's a professor, PhD of physics in England. I can't remember his name, but I can find it for you and send it to you. It's amazing. His presentation. It's like 20 minutes. Yeah.
Series now.
I think I could probably pull out a picture too, if I can find it, just to show Jim and I.
Oh, let me look on your screen. Okay. I haven't figured out how to load pictures yet. I just figured out how to look at people.
Well, yeah. Are you going to show us a picture, Chris? Or here it comes. Oh, that series. Oh, Chris.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I see it now. Simoscope image of Jim McDonough. Oh, created by Dolphin. Wow, they use such big words. Echolocation. Wow. Yeah, I can actually see that image in there. And what is that now? That is what? Image of. I can see the image in the center here. Looks like a little man. I can't hear you. I can't hear anyone.
Chris, you've muted yourself.
Oh, sorry. There you go. There.
So, I was noticing the little guy in the center. I didn't hear a single word you said, but
Okay, yeah, just a second here. I'll pull up.
you got the running man guy going off in the middle here.
Right. So that's exactly what it is. As the dolphin was approaching the trainer that was in the pool with the dolphin,
Right.
the dolphin sent out a sonar signal and bounced off of the little man image. So that, and then they played that image. They played the sonar recording back through a bubble of water. Well, they just used a high frequency microphone at 100,000 hertz. So they used a sonar microphone recording system to record the sound, and then when they played that sound back through a bubble of water with a light shining on it, the image reappears as a holographic image in the bubble of water.
Wow.
The dolphin in the other pen, was he actually seeing that image for a second, or?
Well, this first image is the recorded image, and then they played that, right? And then this is the other image, because the trainer was telling the dolphin to identify this object, training the dolphin to pick out objects. They had 8 objects. And then, so this is the hand of the trainer holding a clay pot underwater. And this is the image that the dolphin sees.
Oh, wow.
Right. So then they took the sound recording of this image and went to another pool with another dolphin in it that had never seen these objects before, played the sounds back to the other dolphin, and then trained that dolphin using these images to pick the right image with an 87.9% accuracy. I think is what he said.
Yeah, recognized it. Yeah.
Right. So they could communicate with the dolphins using ultrasound. Right.
Oh, wow.
And then what they did is in the same simoscope, it's just a petri dish with water in it, and they played the frequencies of 27.5 hertz. And this is the toroidal field that appears holographically in water, which is exactly what we're modeling here now.
Yeah.
So this is how deep it goes, right? This is a 4th dimensional holographic image in water created by sound.
Wow. Yeah,
and you notice that the wavelength, you notice that the wavelength is 12.37 meters, which is 12,370 kilometers, which is the diameter of Earth.
Well, yeah, the prime meridian.
Right. 12,337, 12,400 kilometers is, I believe.
Sorry, we just got a quick question from chat asking if anybody knows about the blind kid that used the dolphin method. A similar method where a guy uses clicking and he's deaf and he can literally go up to objects, click a few times, and he can tell you pretty much what that object is. So
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
and I've done some of that too. Like I've because I'm just a curious individual. Like I'll turn off the lights and walk around the house and snap my fingers and see if I can find my way around. Right, just to might come in handy one day. Right.
Yeah. No. Well, apparently, if you just click your tongue, you do a sound. Yeah.
You can tell where you are. Yeah.
If it was
we don't really use much of our senses. We probably do use a lot of our senses, but we don't use it all because we take it all for granted, don't we?
Our senses are bombarded, especially if you're one of them TV watchers. All day long, your senses are being bombarded. You don't use your senses for nothing. First thing you got to do is turn that TV off.
I found that.
Turn your TV off. Honestly, guys, they're really controlling you through the telly.
I found that amazing.
Funneling you through the television to exactly what they want you to see.
Yeah, I found that absolutely amazing when I was looking at the numbers. Like when I'm putting the numbers into the model, the coincidences of the numbers to make it work just blow my mind, right? It's the 12.37 meters is the wavelength of this tone that makes the toroidal field.
12.37, yeah.
And the kilometers of Earth is 12,740 kilometers. So it's 1,000 times larger, right? And then when I did the sun, to make the sun work in an anisotropic field, it is 0.000666.666, right? In reverse.
Right.
So the light wavelength, and it's also a -1 value. So it's -1 times 0.00066666 to infinity. And that makes the proper light ratio to make it work in reverse to refract.
Let him have wisdom, reckon the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. Its number is 666.
And it's the ratio of light, right? Refracting in a field. Yeah.
That also
Very strange.
Who's got the train? Who's got the train? Thomas or Chris?
Yeah. Wow.
Not me.
No kidding. That's like miles away too. I can barely hear it.
We don't have trains like that, I don't think. Ours don't make that noise. Maybe they do, I don't know.
Well, these are just coal. They carry coal and supplies and cars and.
So where do you live, Thomas, roughly? In America, where do you live?
Canton, Ohio. Northeastern Ohio.
Okay.
So you get an eclipse coming your way in August, yeah?
Yeah, I've been waiting for that. We're supposed to be able to see like 90% of it, and see, I'm one of them people who believe that the eclipses are caused by Rahu and Ketu. So I'm kind of wanting to see this real close. I got to get my girl to get her camera out in her best scope, and I got to see this thing up close if I can.
What do you think the eclipses are, Chris?
They're tricky in the model to do, but so far that the spherical celestial sphere, when the sun is behind and it refracts around it, it creates a dark spot. And so when the moon passes into the shadow, it's not the shadow of what would be a solid object per se. It's just refracting cancellation of light. It's a cancellation effect.
Between beams and yeah, I see what you're saying. That
it's an interference pattern, but it's not actually a solid object. Yeah.
Right.
Well, those videos with those people on aeroplanes, and there was some orbs which go in front of the moon, and they reckon that was causing the eclipse. What Thomas was saying.
Yeah, I think I've found one of those appear in the model, and it's what's the best way to describe it? It's a refraction effect. If you get the camera just the right way, then the light will actually make what looks like a glass sphere in the middle of nowhere. And it would be typical of a magnetic field, although it's not an actual magnet in the model. It's replicating the magnetic field and refraction interference, where white light cancels white light, and it looks like a clear. Very strange to describe, but I'm going to do some more testing and grab some images. Yeah.
Last year, I couldn't see it with my naked eye, but what I was doing was I was up my phone camera and just holding it there and filming it. And basically, a disc came out of the sun on the left, and these orbs went up on the left. And then I know that maybe loads of people know about this, but when the clouds are there, usually these black clouds, but you can see through them, you can see a smaller disc on the right-hand side of the sun. It's much smaller.
Yeah, it's the refraction, from near as I can tell. I'm going to do some more positioning, right, to replicate the actual degrees of the sun and the moon and put them all in the right spots and replicate that and take a few screenshots. And
I can send you my little video, or send you the link, because it's on my YouTube channel, but I can send you the link to that little video where this disc comes out at the back, and you can see these orbs going up, and then the disc comes out. And then I haven't kept the one with the smaller disc, but I've seen it quite a few times filming it It's next to the sun.
And that's the position.
About-
That's the spot where I'm at in the development of it. If you send me, say, my coordinates were here, and the sun and moon were in these positions, and I'll try to work with Dave on that as well, and see if we can line up the camera in the 3D model, and it should replicate that shot, right, visually. I can do it now just by randomly. I can do it anywhere. But
the only thing that's a bit weird is people like D on his P900 don't pick it up. This is only happening with the mobile phones.
oh, I see. Yeah.
Is it different?
Right.
Is it different because a mobile phone doesn't have this great big lens sticking out the front? I know it
Yeah.
has a lens, but it's in the camera.
Well, yeah, the mobile phone lenses are 6-layered lens. There's 6 layers. One cancels out UV light, and so what you're seeing is the image comes into the flat lens and then reflects back on the lens itself, and is capturing a secondary image within the lens thickness itself, and you're seeing both images. That's just a problem.
So
That's a problem with cell phones. Yeah.
So what does that mean then exactly? That's not the truth either.
No, it's just a problem with cell phones. They're all typical like that. Mine does the same thing. If I get the moon in the right spot, I'll get it a smaller image of the moon below the moon, and the big image of the moon is the light. And it's not. I'll get the image. Yeah. So if you want to take pictures of the moon and stars, you use a good camera. Don't use a cell phone.
Yeah.
How does this work? We were told by somebody that they got given a telescope, and then what it was is they were just panning around and doing things, but they actually decided to take the front lens of the telescope off and just point it down the road. And what it did was it bent everything, just the lens. So the telescopes are lying too, because it bent everything, just the lens at the front. It made all the cars in the street bend.
Yeah.
So telescopes can't be
With a
trusted either.
I've seen. You might be able to get that. You might be able to get around that with they got a new square lens out there. I haven't seen it out there too much, but they do have a square lens now that's like perfectly, absolutely flat. Apparently, I was just looking at that. Let me see if I can find it.
It just seems that everything is an optical illusion one way or another, and they've made it that way.
Oh yeah.
Roundings up.
Everything we know is backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's crazy. It's all crazy.
Yeah, literally everything, every little detail, just about it seems, is literally the exact opposite of the truth. So if you want to figure out what the truth is, just take what you know and flip it inside out.
I just want to ask something in the chat room then, Dee. What does everybody feel like when they realised that we were being lied to and that we were flat? What did it make everybody feel?
Very small.
See what the chat room says.
Angry.
It'll let you understand that you're being controlled. You are small and insignificant. You are a pawn.
I found it. I went through some phases personally. I mean, it's been a journey, but I went through it. It's like recovering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Like I went through the phases of I'm extremely angry, and then I felt extremely depressed for a while, and lost for a bit, lonely. And then once I started understanding, the more knowledge I gained, then I'm like, okay, well, this is actually an empowering and very liberating experience. And then the deeper I got down the rabbit hole to find, the answers, and to this point where we are right today, I'm like, now I understand everything, right? I understand why when you drop a rock into water, it makes sound, and how the sound reverberates within the water itself, and a sonic boom.
Right? That last night, that
right?
bit.
And that's the same physics. Right? So
sorry, before they go, Dee, can you read some of the answers out? Is that all right?
Yeah, I mean, we've got elated, angry, life get destroyed, best feeling ever, I was okay with it, live for today, do best I can. Don't like to talk about it much, but I got in my car and drove around the corner to some empty building. Oh no, that's sleepwalking stuff, so that's different. artists, I felt like I knew it all along and thought it was like remembering something I forgot. So yeah, lots of contradicting things, but I think pretty much we've all gone through the same range of emotions.
And then once you come out, it's really the more you learn about our real world, the lonelier it gets because the fewer people you can talk to now. You can't just walk down the street and talk to the average person anymore. They want
No, you can't.
No, see, I totally
about the
disagree. I've got totally disagree. I talk to everyone about it. I literally, I mean, I don't care if I get funny looks, but I mean, my lightsaber class, the end of every lightsaber class, I tell them all like flat Earth. So yeah, no, it depends on your personality, I think, and stuff a lot. So
I
Yeah,
think I know
mate.
what Gemini means, though. I myself think I used to be much more sociable to people, and I can't, just in case. I went into Curry's, which is a shop here that sells electrical stuff, and the guy understood that the moon landings weren't real. But what it was is that when I said flat Earth, he said rubbish, and I haven't really told anybody since then because he says rubbish.
Yep. Condemnation, investigation.
And it is persecuted, I think, is the word.
Well, our TV has trained us, you know, what's funny and what's not. And somebody talk about flat Earth, that's funny. They're being stupid. You know, laugh at them.
Yeah, someone's put in the chat, Ian, the sleepwalkers are waking up, but I think it's the living dead out there.
Sometimes it's like being what Roddy Piper was in that movie. You know, They Live or whatever. It's like taking off the sunglasses, and then you're seeing, okay, well.
Yeah.
And you think about it, there's no taking off the sunglasses here. Once you know the Earth's flat, that's it. You're ours forever. That's it. There is no going back.
Yeah, once you go flat, you can never go back.
You can go to a different model of flat, but you can never go back to that ball into outer space and the planets and space shuttles and space missions to Mars. All that's gone. Alien women from other planets and space aliens from Andromeda. That's all gone. All of it. You'll never get it back.
Yeah. Dee was really upset, weren't you, Dee?
yeah, I may have shed a tear or two, yeah. But like I say, it's all good now. I just see it as a good story. It's like I mean, because before, I mean, I used to look at the religion in a really downward way, if you know what I mean. And it was like, no, it's just stories and all that kind of stuff. And I appreciate some of the stories from the Bible and that. Don't get me wrong, but now I just look at the sci-fi like that. It's just a good story.
The sci-fi is, yeah, sci-fi. Yeah. You know, I still appreciate, you know, it. For a little while, it was like, well, there goes all my, you know, love of movies and, you know, dragons and, you know, everything else, right? But I still, you know, I went through that phase, but now I still go back and enjoy a good movie for the art that it is and the effort that goes into it and the imagination and the escape, the mental escape is still there. So it didn't ruin anything.
If we thought about it, considering they went supposedly to the moon in the 60s, don't you think we'd have had pleasure craft up there and all this would have happened by now? Because you know they love making money.
Of course there'd be a hotel up. I can't believe they didn't even have a float. That was the first thing I wondered. Why don't we have a floating hotel? That was, you know, if they got a space shuttle out there and they got a space station, why don't we have a space resort just floating around orbiting? You know, people would pay tens of thousands of dollars a day to go to one of those things.
Yeah.
And it never happened. What's your guys' position on satellites? I know everybody immediately, they say, well, there's no such things as satellites. But here's what I'm proposing. Is it possible, I'm not proposing, I'm asking, is it possible that you could make a satellite and make it float on the Earth's natural magnetic field and follow a specific path, you know, like travel along a specific field, a magnetic field stream or something, so that it would go through an orbit cycle just like the sun and the moon? Is it possible that we could float something like that? Like maybe if it was reverse, whatever the polarity of the field is, I guess, the same polarity, so that it would kind of push off of it. I don't know. I'm just theorizing. I'm guessing. I don't know.
We just already explained that. Problem is the energy source you need, and all the adjustment to keep your height, or adjust to the particular height you are.
Well, with solar energy,
The layer of yeah, would be possible if you ask me.
so basically we're stating then that satellites don't exist for now, or
Satellites exist.
I think
Yeah, sat balloons. I like that.
yeah, I think what they're doing is when you go to the Columbia Launch Center and the NASA Balloon Center, I do think there's floating satellites, but they're balloon based and they're up above. You know, if they're up there, they would.
impressive balloon technology that would really surprise us. Some real high altitude stuff.
Yeah, they're pushing 120 to 140,000 feet as near as I can figure. Yeah. And they'll lift.
You need to be.
Yeah, and they'll lift 30 to 40 ton, right? I mean, these aren't small things. They're doing them now. You can go on NASA Balloon Launch Center and just look at the pictures. There's cranes there with 18-foot tires lifting 25-ton objects, and they just hook them onto a balloon, let them go.
Oh wow.
And they stay up there up to 10 years, and they're solar powered. So I mean that portion of it is real.
Could be real. It's just their power sources is what we've been lied to about, possibly.
Yeah, they're floating on balloons. They're 120,000+ feet. They're not in space. They're within the atmospheric layer, and they're going. They're just, and that's why all satellite dishes tend to point south. They're all following around, or wherever the south is. They're floating somewhere.
Yeah, so that's another myth busted right there. Common flat Earth assumption that satellites. That's the first thing they told me when I first discovered flat Earth. Oh, satellites aren't real. The ISS, all that stuff, it's all fake. And I do agree that they do. NASA does show us a lot of fake stuff. But on the other hand, I get to thinking about, well, I know how greedy countries are, and one country wants to watch another country. If there's a way to do it, somebody's going to find a way to do it. I don't care if you're enclosed in a system or not. Where there's a will, there's a way. We've got some corrupt people here. If they want to keep an eye on another country, they will find a way to make some kind of balloon.
Unless you're part of the game.
Yeah.
Hey, I just added Rob. Rob came on last night, if you remember. But I've just added him and he's come onto the Hangout.
Okay, then.
Hello, Rob. Gemini, just to answer a little bit more on your question, over the last couple of days in between this other modeling here, I'm designing just exactly what you're talking about. It can be scaled up. We can bring that up. I could show you. It's the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I thought Rob was already on, but it's not. It's Chris. He's changed his picture.
Oh yeah, that's me.
Just going to say I can't see Rob on the Hangout, but
No, I thought you said he was on, D, and I thought, oh, that quick. Whoa.
no.
Sorry.
He's got some questions. I don't know whether he wants to jump on or not, but yeah, I mean, well, Tone Overdrive did have another question earlier as well, if that's all right. Well, if we've got a second.
Oh yeah, we got.
Yeah, he was asking about if the land at the north and the south is higher, water come down from there. Is that possible? I'm trying to remember what his question said. I can't find it again. So.
South is above land, north is below.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, in the model, we look like a middle section. Water can come down on us from the south and beyond, and a lower level past the North Pole, which water from us can drain into, ? So yeah, he's wondering
Probably
if
from north, yeah. It's only a question how that actually works with all this magnetical stuff at work.
He has joined now. There he is.
Hey Rob.
Hello, Rob.
It's good, guys. How you doing?
I announced you before you were even on.
Oh, no. That's not good. Make everybody run.
Yeah, you obviously know who's on the panel today. Did you have a few questions then?
Well, I do. How does the 24-hour 360-degree circle and sun work in this model? Or does it yet?
As a loop. The loop itself is so hard to understand. There is no wall there. It repeats itself there. Beyond. But it's the same data. I can't say.
Dude, Rob, we can hear you driving. That's it.
When you glue just the same map at the edge of it, you just and you go to the other side, then you actually walk the circle around in the same map in a loop. It is a finite infinity in itself, and that's a bit hard to understand maybe, but the finite thing is, no, the infinity is that you walk the circle forever, but when you cut the circle through, you have actually a finite length of what the circle circumference is. And that is that finite in what ends up in the square in east-west direction. But the whole thing is just looping into itself.
I explained that loop.
Well, hang on, someone's... Sorry, 1 minute, Thomas, we can't... Sorry, say again, because Rob came on then. Come back in a minute, Rob. What did you say, Thomas?
I was just explaining that from my personal theory on what's going on with the sun, because I think what he's really asking about is the Pac-Man model. How does it go out one side and come in the other? I think that's what he's really asking.
That's not what I'm asking at all. What I'm asking is in places like Alaska, Norway, and whatnot. I'm sorry about the noise, by the way, but in places like that, you can watch the sun go around your position, your location. You can place a 360 spinner camera, and it will follow the sun in a circle all the way around itself from multiple different locations. So I was wondering how that would is it propagating through a field, or how would you get that image because it does happen in many different locations, like around the Arctic Circle and farther north, so you can...
You mean the circling of the sun and the moon in north and south?
The Arctic sun, yeah.
That's the whole bending of light, what happens in the realm.
See what I'm saying? Like, all right, the sun's up for over 24 hours. So I think even 72 hours it stays above the horizon, and it just goes in a circle. So in 72 hours, it makes 3 circles around your head. You watch it, it never disappears, or it doesn't. This is my main quandary with the whole, because that's tangible. It's something that we can actually like videotape, and it has been many times. So it hasn't in
his material. He actually explains it very well, what happens with the light. And then you have also Ken Wheeler explaining the whole magnetic bending of light.
Oh yeah.
And
I get it. Yeah, I understand.
And that's why we have working with the north and the south pillars. That's where we see what occurred to me with the photograph, for example, is anywhere in the world you have cities with a particular east-west, north-south directional grid, and those are all parallel, no matter on which longitude you position, and they're all pointing north. So every position has its own particular Polaris center point, and the only difference between the positions is how the wheel of the stars is actually turned. When you stand on the other half of the map, for example, you just see the other half of the wheel. And when you move yourself, you see the wheel turning, and it moves by itself already. So you see the wheel turning when you stand still as well. And it's in both sides turning around the polar circles as a vortex field. and yeah, it's purely, the sun itself isn't there. We see it there, but that's because of all the magnetic workings within our own realm.
Right. I would agree with that. I've come to that conclusion through a bunch of different ways, but understanding what light is and how things are propagating through fields and how it's a field modality is not really, so I mean, I get and magnetic fields will wrap it around, so you're seeing light in different locations. So I get all that, so I understand how it could more or less basically I would almost, I don't know, I have to almost see
it.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I'm going to try and do here.
I've been trying to figure this out for 2 years, guys.
Yeah, so I'll tell you, Rob, I'll tell you what I'm going to try and do here the next couple of days is I'm going to do some positioning of the cameras in this new plasma field here. And I know I can do the refraction and as the elevation changes. I've replicated that and everything. So I'm going to do it. I'll do exactly that, and I'll try and set it up either, well, we're running out of time here today, but I'll try and set it up for the next one that I can actually replicate that and try to figure out the elevations of the camera and how the sun, when it rotates, it follows that circular northern.
I don't know how this plays into this, but one thing I have noticed, I've watched that that Antarctic sun or whatever that 24-hour circling sun video is that everyone throws on the Flat Earth channels, proving that the Gleason maps right and all this. I've watched that video a lot, and I'm telling you, I'm convinced that sun, if you watch it, it's not circling. It's literally bound one side to the other. It goes up, it's like it goes up, and then it comes down, and it bounces back. Watch that again, and look what I'm talking about. It'll look.
Oh, I know. Like, I'm watching it in my head right now. That movie is plastered into my brain. So I see what you're saying.
Also, Rob, earlier on, Chris put up a picture. Chris, could you put up that picture of what the real sun and the bit we see?
With the diamond, with the pink diamond and all?
No. Chris had a picture up earlier on about we don't actually see the real sun.
You're right, you see it.
Right. Yeah, I'm in agreement there.
I can't explain, but that's what the conclusion is I'm drawing. I mean, when you eliminate everything else, what was that Sherlock Holmes said? When you eliminate the impossible, whatever left, however improbable, is the truth.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. I mean, hell, we got the flat Earth, didn't we? That's what, like, a lot of people. Well, I can't stand, when we get attacked by some of these people that say you just want to prove your model and you're just trying to, you just want something to be true so bad, and you're making the evidence, molding it to your benefit and this and that. And it's like, are you out of your mind? Like, yeah. we decided that we were completely wrong about everything that we had been taught in reference to our reality and the way it operates.
Just for fun, yeah, for sure, yeah.
So, the insinuation that we are even doing that is honestly, in my opinion, quite preposterous, and it
like we are becoming a new authority.
Yep.
Agree.
That's what we were talking about earlier, that we're literally starting from ground zero all over again. We're starting from scratch. Is fire hot? I don't know. Give me 5 minutes and I'll come back and tell you. I mean, we're almost at that stage, basically.
I like that.
We're building everything from scratch.
Yeah. So here's the picture I brought up there, Robbie, so you can see it.
Yep.
So I'll try to explain it as quick as I can here. So the camera on the right hand corner is the diamond shaped model. The camera is pointing would be east, and it's actually focused on the moon in this instance. Or no, I got it pointing at the sun. The sun is actually behind if you look down in the bottom left, that spherical celestial body is a refracting index X of the atmospherics that we have. So it's red, green, blue. The sun is actually to the left-hand side of the screen, and you can see how the shadow is focusing down at the sun point. There's like a little on the left-hand side of the sun image is that focal point, and the sun is appearing in front of where the observer would be looking directly at the sun. So the sun is actually behind this spherical object being focused and refracted through the lens and appearing in front.
So that's what people are capturing on their cameras, isn't it?
You're seeing an image of the sun is in front of you. So then when you look at it at elevation in the next image I modeled here, now you see the blue. I took the camera up a little bit, right? So I'm just kind of imagine yourself in a balloon rising, right? This is just above the blue atmosphere, and I'm looking straight down through the green and through the gold, and this is the refracting sun. So as you rise, the sun image, because it's not refracting as much, gets smaller and smaller and smaller to a pinpoint. If you're up in blackness above all the atmospherics outside of that bubble of refraction, then basically it just turns like a white sky, right? It just goes completely white, because what we're looking through is a lens like this. This is the same image from the inside out, right? Looking up.
Right.
And our eyes, that's how our eyes work. The light comes in, imagine this as your eyeball. The light comes into your eyeball, gets centered to a focal point, twisted to a center point, and that's what you see.
Which is why it's important to remember we all have our own sun.
Exactly. That's why it all comes to your feet. You stand on the beach, it comes to your feet. Yeah, exactly. Right. So the problem is,
what I can't rectify is the shadows. That's what throws me for the loop, because it still is producing a tangible shadow.
Oops, sorry, I brought that up.
So there is still something. Now the light of day is not coming from the sun. I think I've seen ample proof to demonstrate that, or evidence, I guess, to demonstrate that.
We have a different light source. There's a light source and the sun.
Well, right. Well, yeah, it's the polarities changing. It's the rotation of the toroid. We're in the one portion, and so like you were saying, maybe that's all white light, but then we see it through the layer, and it coalesces as to a point, and that point is what we see as the sun.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah. So the shadow here that's pointing down to the center is the sun. Is the shadow that's, right? So the shadow's coming back, right? And actually, what's happening is if I turn the camera around, I'll try and show you the next demonstration here. But if I turn the camera around in this glowing orb of refraction and look out the backside of it towards where the sun actually is, right? If I turn this camera around up in the diamond and look at the sun in reverse, all I see is black sky. You can't see it because the light has to go around the refraction and focus in front. And if the moon or Venus passes in front of the shadow that's coming around this refractor, then it causes an eclipse.
Can I ask you something then, Chris? What is this when they're zooming into the sun and it just goes black? Instead of seeing the sun.
Well, cameras they've installed in cameras, it's lens protection software. So when you zoom in, it just so you don't burn the camera. That's all that is.
Likewise, that second sun that everyone is claiming to see, that is much dimmer than the first sun, but close to the same size, just smaller, is just a replication of the image through one of the layers of the lenses that's in the camera.
That's it. Yeah, it's like the camera's taking a picture of a reflection in the lens itself, of itself, right? Yeah.
That's why they can't see it with their own eyes, because, and then the ones that are the couple that act like they can see it, you can tell that, well, if you use discernment, you listen to their voice, you can tell that they're not seeing it. But I guess that's just my opinion, I guess.
No, that's exactly what it is, Jay.
Lame.
Here's an experiment you guys can do if you're curious how what's actually happened. This helped me envision when I was trying to figure out the model one night. I was standing outside looking at the moon, and it was raining, and a drop of water landed on the lens on my glasses when I was looking up at the moon. And then I took my eyes off the moon and I looked at a street light. I tried to focus my eye, right? I focused not on the street light, but on the little drop of water that was on my glasses. And when I did that, I actually could see the inside of my own eye and the iris and all the colors in my iris. And as I looked, and I just kind of slowly moved my head around, I kept it pointed on the light, but I moved my head around in a circle. I was actually looking at the inside of my own eye, and I could see the little salt water floating around. If I moved my eye, I could see the water and little black
That's
things
so cool.
floating around in my eye. So, and that was the key. I was like, okay, so I have a convex lens now reflecting the lens of my eye back to itself, right?
Yeah.
So and that's how I understood what was going on with this thing. I was like, okay, now I got to do that in reality, because that's exactly what's happening.
It's like if you go to the opticians and they shine that light to take a picture of your iris, if you concentrate, you can see that image shining back, like you say, back on, so you can see the inside of your own eye.
Yeah, so you can do it with a drop of water. Just take a drop of water on a pair of sunglasses or plastic glasses, or if you wear glasses, just put a drop of water on your glasses, and then go out in a dark night and look at a light, and you can see the inside of your own eye. And that's how I knew it's a double lens refraction effect, and that's why the light's on the backside, and we're seeing it appear in front of us. The sun is actually behind us.
I still can't rectify the shadow though. Where's the shadow coming from?
The shadow is because space is not an empty void of vacuum. In order for light to appear in any medium, it's actually a black body anisotropic. I had to program it as an anisotropic field of black body particles. So light only goes in one direction and then reflects. And that's what we're seeing. So if I rotate that diamond shape you see up at the top of the screen, you might not have been on the call earlier, but when I rotate that 2-degree field, it'll go black, it'll disappear, and then it'll go pink, and then it'll go perfect flash. It'll flash light like a strobe light, because light can only go in one direction inside that field. And that's what's happening. Yeah. Because if you think about it, like if the particles inside your eyeball were little tiny spheres and they weren't doing the same thing, and light came into your eye and then refracted in all directions, well, then all you're going to see is white light. And that's exactly what happens.
It's going to be you won't see anything. No images at all.
Right. So now I understand what's going on, and I know why now. I don't have the picture up here, but I also replicated a shot where I know that why the stars are appearing on the dark side of the moon in some photographs. Guys are zooming in and they see stars.
Real or not? Yeah, I wondered about those.
No, it's a cause, because this model actually does that. If I get the camera just right, you'll see stars in the black portion because it's refracting. You'll see particle physics because it emulates.
This yourself then?
Yeah.
My kitty's throwing up. Oh, great. Hairball time.
Yeah, so that's what's happening. So occasionally you'll get a refraction. It'll cause that image to appear in the moon image. Maybe I'll bring it up here if I can. I'll minimize this. And hopefully it'll work.
Explanation for supermoons. What's a supermoon?
Yeah, that's the same idea. Like like I showed there, where the sun, if you go higher, the sun gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So if the moon, if you look
bigger and bigger, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the same thing. And then if you're lower, then the red, because now you're looking through more of the red spectrum, and now the moon turns red. And then as the moon rises up above your head, it'll go through red, then yellow, red, yellow, blue, and then all of a sudden it's white, and then it goes back the other way. And the sun does the same thing. It's red in the morning, and then white during the midday, and then red at night. You're looking through more of the red refraction index.
Right.
Yeah. But I want to try and bring up that the moon picture there, because that was really cool too. If I can find it here real quick. Where did I stick that one now? That's the problem. I'm getting too many pictures on the go, trying to grab screenshots for everybody.
Now, this red, I don't know if you want to call it red shifting or not, but this red, oh, I forgot what my question was. It was a really good question, too. Don't you hate that?
The redshift Doppler effect?
No, I don't know. It wasn't that. What in the world was I thinking of? Had something to do with red shifting. I lost it. It'll come to me when you guys are talking about something else.
All right. Well, that Doppler, you just said that real quick, but I've been doing some research into what those they look like water towers, but they're not. They're Doppler towers. They say they're the Doppler radar or whatever.
Yeah.
They can do the weather or whatever, but they're a part of this whole weather manipulation. This whole program that's going on with the ELF waves and the frequency manipulation and all of that. They are what is directing. So when you see those big plumes, like you'll see a real wide flat layer of clouds, and then all of a sudden it looks like someone dropped like a football size field stadium like right down through it, and there's just this hole. I know people have seen it. You've got to have seen it, but that is from those things sending that massive pulse of energy right through there and moving, basically changing the wave pattern of the ether of their. It's wild, and they're moving to storms with them. It's crazy because out where I work is it's in Florida. It's one of the biggest retirement communities in the world. And, it is, I think. It spans 3 counties. There's probably close to 1 million retired people that live out here in this community. It's all gated. It's all got sidewalks that all connect to everything. 3 Walmarts, a couple movie theaters, like literally every restaurant. So these people can reach everything within a few minutes on their golf cart. They don't leave the villages, none of them. All the communities are gated and monitored with. It's a whole massive experiment. You should check it out if you want to see the whole experiment of what a completely controlled utopian type. Everything's manicured, everything's to a T, but it's also all fake. So it dies a lot, and they have to replace it a lot. All the trees and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, but they have these water towers, these Doppler towers or whatever, everywhere throughout there. If some of the ground is there's high points, and so you can see for miles and miles if you get on these high points, and the towers are then visible, and you could see how they're evenly spaced throughout the whole entire plain right there of this massive neighborhood. And it's like, they're not using it for water. and then when you get into how, all the mind control manipulation with the waves and everything that the whole Project Paperclip was about, bringing them over to continue and all that stuff, then you find out that they're actually using those towers to also, along with it's just crazy. Sorry, I brought that up. Way off topic. You said Doppler. I was just researching it, so sorry.
That's all right.
No, that's exactly. It's an interesting experiment, and that's what I'm trying to do with this too, right? So I'll show you just a few screenshots from the inside of the model here. I got these this morning, and I had time to position the camera before the hangout. So on the bottom, you can see that the sun is on the back side of the focal point, focusing celestial sphere. The moon is in the front, and the sun is actually appearing. I had it slightly to say in the backside here, and it'll produce a full moon image like up top. So that's the image. That's not a picture. It's from inside the model. And because the shadow, it's really weird because the shadow is actually focusing to the sun point. The moon is in the shadow, and if you're looking out, you'll see black sky when you focus on the moon. And then if I rotate the sun just slightly around on the same, keep it on the same level plane, then we get the moon phases. So now I've rotated the sun, and the shadow is now pointed. It's in reverse. That's the problem, right? The shadow is actually half of the moon, and that's the sun. That's the shot from inside, and you can see where the stars tend to want to appear. So the model is doing a few too many calculations, but I could see why occasionally a photographer would catch one of these little dots in the shadow of the moon and think that it's a star. Why they would think that the moon is transparent. Yeah.
I was kind of wondering, but you know what? That is amazing, though, when you look at that moon. How do you justify that the shadows of the moon are always the exact same color as the sky in the background? If it's 8 o'clock at night and you got a twilight night out, and so it's a dark blue, then the shadow on the moon is going to be dark blue.
Right, here's the daytime. Yeah, so I did the same thing. I took the moon on the other side and then took the same shot at 90 degrees. So I just rotated it around, took the same shot. Now you're looking through the blue side and you'll still see the odd star. So it will appear transparent, and you'll see a star. These particles in the field are just inside the model in particle physics, right? It's just saying this is where it would reflect. And it's backwards, completely backwards. You're right. Yeah. So the ultimate image that I'm trying to do, this one here is the same idea, except now I took the camera, so you can see that now you're looking at it from the other side. You couldn't actually see if we were, we're on the plane inside the toroid here, we're on the plane. And if you were actually in space looking back, you couldn't see it, right? We would we would be in complete darkness to the observer outside of the realm. And yet the moon is here. And this is where I was trying to actually replicate what Rob was saying. How do you get the 24-hour sun? So in this position, all I did was have the camera up a little higher in this refractive index, right? So it's still on the plane, but it's higher, and you're just looking up, right? So you're still moving north-south on a flat plane, and you're looking. I'll have to show you the camera setup for it, but it is doable. So you would see the moon, say it in the north, you would still see the moon, and this sun will go around you in a circle. And that's what you see. And this is.
Can I just say something else as well? Dave Marsh was found one of his, I can't remember which app it was he was using, but as he played around with the app, they showed the moon going back and then flipping on itself and coming forward again. And that was on the app. I can't remember what app it was. Do you remember, Series?
Mooncock.
Yeah.
And you can see the stars are in the sky, right? It's I don't remember. It was Mooncalc, I think is what it was, online at mooncalc.com or something. Yeah.
As he went through the times and the day, the moon went to the left, then it flipped and it went back. And I think the sun does the same. I think that was Mooncalc, but it happened. So how can they already know what it's doing?
Yeah, it's because in this image here, like you can see the face of the moon you see from the ground. This is the same shot, right? And the camera, you walk to the north, right? So the flat plane is still on the XY, and you walk to the north and look from that direction at the moon, right? And when you do that, now if you walk south, you'll see the same moon, but now it's upside down because you're from here looking up, right? Right. And as the moon kind of rocks back and forth on the equatorial XY axis, well, then it's going to do a flip-flop, and that's exactly what Dave Marsh is seeing in his imagery, right? And that's because it's following that toroidal path.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you could actually go out in space and be behind the moon, you would probably see that it has all these. It would be like a sparkle. You'd see that sparkling index on the backside. So my ultimate goal in the model is to replicate this shot in the model. I got to put clouds in it and get it on the flat plane and position and everything. And if I can make that refractive index work and cast that shadow, I'll know I got it right. 100%, right?
Wow, dude.
Right. But like I said, the model's generating all these images just from particle physics inside of it. It's like I'm not painting. There's no painting. There's no Photoshop, and it's just rotating solid objects around a light source in a particle field.
Did the model create the spots on the moon?
Yeah, it does. Yep. Yeah, it creates the stars in the background, creates the spots on the moon, and so this is a solid object.
Sorry, say that again. The stars in the background create the spots on the moon.
No.
Yeah, I understand what he means. Yeah, so I actually have a solid object orb in the model, and I put the moon map of actual NASA's moon map on that solid object, and it's just a white. If you look at the actual object in the model, it's just it looks like a gray moon. Right? It's just gray moon it's a picture photograph of the moon, texture map. But this purple stuff, like the purple that we'd see when you try to take a real picture of it, so it's white in the center and the purple glow and all the waves that guys see with their P900s, the model's creating that around this solid object. So I haven't color touched it or nothing. But the original picture is just a gray picture, gray, black, and white. Yeah. And that's why.
I have to say, I'm thoroughly impressed, man.
So yeah, the stars
Who was
appear
that?
as
Who said
particles.
that?
Yeah.
Who said they were impressed?
Rob.
Yeah, that was Rob who said that, but we've also had Tone Overdrive in chat. Yeah, he's really, and obviously, I mean, we get compliments from chat all the time. So again, yeah, it's good. Just glad it's resonating with people.
Feel free to ask me if you want to say, I want to try and replicate something. It's in my plan to replicate all of that. If I can do everything all of the things that are causing trouble, I'm going to replicate in this model and make sure that they're foolproof, right? There's no way to but debunk it. That's just the way the physics work. So.
Rob, did you have any more questions?
Yeah. I got a lot of questions.
Ton of them. Me too. How does everything?
I just found you guys, so the first couple sessions is pretty much all I've seen so far of the explanation.
Sorry, you've gone very quiet, Rob. I'm just going to turn your volume up. Wait a minute. Now speak.
How about, right, hold on. How about now?
That's better.
Better?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. This is the first couple, sessions that I've seen. So I haven't really been able to pour over all you guys' stuff yet, which I'd like to do, So, because I don't want you to just go over stuff that you guys go over all the time. So, but I definitely have a lot of questions still.
Can I just say, Rob, when Series came out with his, I mean, obviously he's been researching, and obviously there's a model of his up now playing on the little there. I just put it on for people to see. That Series has been doing that for a long time, but he already knew that he's in no rush. If we have to explain it a few more times, he's prepared. And I think Chris is probably the same.
Yeah, absolutely. If I got to explain it 1,000 times, every time I used to and the reason I say that is I used to teach guitar for a living for a long time. Well, as a side job. At one point I had near 100 students. And so I'm quite used to teaching the same thing, 1,000 times a week. So I don't mind doing that at all. And I find,
what haven't you done? Tell me, what haven't you done? You've done so much.
Well, through the process of teaching, that was one of, I don't teach anymore. I don't teach guitar anymore. But that was one of the most satisfying things I've ever done is when you have a child 6, 7 years old, and all of a sudden they've been fighting for a year to get something right. Light bulb goes off, and they get it. I mean, that's all the payment I ever needed right there. And so that's what I do it for, right?
Dude, I totally agree. That's exactly why I'm here, man. I got Terraplane Truth on Instagram. I started that for an exact reason, to explain to people this reality the best I can, to wake them up and get that moment of, oh my God, so we are important. There is a reason why we're here. There's
yeah, we're at the dead center of this reality. That's for sure. Yeah.
So, Rob, asking you, what do you think we're here for then?
Honestly, I think we are here to demonstrate love to one another. Honestly, I really do. I think all of this realization in the end, it brings you all the way back to the basics of good and evil, pretty much. You create negative. I'm sorry about the noise. I know that was probably loud. Just yeah, cars driving by. I had to pull over and get out so I could talk. But yeah, I think once it boils down, you realize it's about negative and positive energy, and that correlates with the way we think and the way we act. And so, if you look at it from the perspective of how everything is like functioning and working, the whole place can be. Certain people are looking to bring heaven on earth. I think that this was created for us for a reason, and that we've destroyed it, and that all these things that these dark societies that they teach us, whether it be by manipulation or whatever it is, indoctrination and all these things, it creates a false reality that we all kind of live in, this materialistic, dualistic, YOLO reality where everybody is out for themselves, and we are deteriorating this existence, this energy. We're sucking the life force out of it. And if there is this negative, entity, that whatever it may be, that is kind of a higher force that has been kind of puppeteering all these things for the past few thousand years or whatever. Well, I think if you look at the way everything has turned out and our existence and where we're at now, everything has been turned upside down and inside out. And so if we can bring back the truth of who we are and where we are and what we are, I think it's the only chance that we have of maybe making this a better place. As far as it goes, in religion, I'm not sure about when it comes to all that stuff, and I'm still digging into all that. I have my own, thoughts and feelings on the whole thing, and but even if you're a Christian, you believe Jesus is coming, or whatnot. That doesn't mean that we need to trash the place until he gets here. I think the whole thing, because I grew up really deep in the Christian faith, and so if you follow the teachings of Jesus, first you'll realize that most Christians don't, and secondly that you'll realize that basically all he was telling you, he was just telling you how to live in this reality, how to live peacefully. And if everybody did that, or people realize that is what makes and breaks this place. Like, you see all these rich people with these billions of dollars, and they're not happy. Like, they're
Christ
just
actually said don't go to church. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're not, and it's and they're going off of that opposite reality where they have gone through everything they possibly can to create this paradise for themselves, and they've had the opposite effect. And we're looking at this like the culmination of all of this, built up to now. And I think this is what's happening with this whole awakening right now, is whatever you want to call it, is source or this or the energy trying to balance itself, trying to turn things around. So that's
the thing with this model. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Everything points back to source in this model. The source is that image in the sun, right? And it's all shadows. So everything we look at is a shadow going back to that source. Right? That's what's, yeah.
Just asking Thomas. Thomas, what do you think we're here for?
Well, I think this is a giant school. I think this is a place where whatever it is that you call God, I don't follow any particular religion, although I do use the Christian scriptures to explain myself quite a bit. I look at it like the divine intelligence is constantly creating always, that's its nature, never to stop. And I think souls are being created and generated, and I think this is the place where you're created, and this is where you're tested, this is where you're trained, and if you pass the test, then you get out into the real world. You leave these bodies of flesh and move on. So I see it as a giant school. That's how I'm looking at it. So we're
Right.
here to learn. We're also here to die, because if you're an immortal spirit, well, the one thing you can never experience if you are immortal is death. So I mean, we get to learn before we even go out there. So we're here to die, and we're here to.
That's nice. It's true. What about you, Chris? What do you think?
I would 100% agree with with both. I also think that we're here to do the best that we can to create and help each other learn, and guide each other as co-guides or co-creators. And I think in that process, the more that we can create in a peaceful, creative, and loving type of manner, then through that process we help the source, ultimate intelligence, God, however you wish to label that consciousness that flows through us is self-reflective. So whatever we do positively to create helps God and consciousness, whatever the source is, knows itself through us. We're like a medium or a receiver, right? It's a duality. Right?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that's how I see it. Yeah.
Thanks, Chris. What about you, Dee?
Yeah, well, I've got an idea. I don't really know. Like I say, I mean, I prefer to say I don't know, but I mean, an idea I've kind of always really liked is if there was a creator, maybe we were created to find out who created the creator.
Right.
Yeah, I don't
That's
know.
kind of
Like
what
I
I'm trying to say. Exactly
but,
what I'm trying to say. Yeah, the creator knows itself through us, and we know the creator through ourselves, and then goes right back around and back around. Back, one can't. Yeah.
One mind, one body, just different manifestations of that one mind and body. It's like each of us are a breadcrumb, and combined we make the loaf of bread. Not one of us is the loaf itself, but yet we all have the same ingredients as the entire loaf. So we all are bread. Everything's just a manifestation of that one. I don't really see that there's a difference between me and the table and the tree. It's all one creating system. It's one body. It's just the illusion that I am separate from everything else, and that it's me against all of creation. But in reality, I think that if you believe in a spirit, and if you believe that spirit is ether or counterspatial, if it's counterspatial, everything is connected. Every one of our spirits would have to be connected together, because ether takes up no space. Everything has to be one. Whether it's a tree, a house, a grass, a cloud, another person, it doesn't matter. Everything is connected. It's just one octopus, and we're all different arms, I guess. But that's my 2 cents on it.
Even Bruce Lee said that we're all one. Series, thank you for that, Thomas. What about you, Series?
Yeah, so far I indeed agree with all of that. It's like we're all created out of the one, so that the one isn't that alone, and it loves us so much that it has done a lot for us, and we don't even realize it. And the only thing what it wants is to be loved back. And we have the choice to be.
But it's right there the whole time.
Constantly. It's something like the path of kings is out of duality, and the practice of kings is resisting temptation. And that's constantly coming back into the dualism and hate and fear and everything else. I mean, Ecclesiastes 12:13. Let's hear the conclusion of the whole of the conclusion, fear God and keep his commandments, for that is the whole duty of man. That gives me that I don't have to fear anything else but him.
All right.
First commandment is love him. So yeah, I don't see a problem here in that sense. I don't have to fear any death, any devil, any fear mongering. It's all kind of that challenge of falling for the trick of external authority as the lie in everything, no matter what truth they sell you to sell their lie with it.
Yeah.
And it's all about the actual responsibility you have anyway for your freedom. And it doesn't matter how hard you give it away, you can't even lose it.
No, you can only fall for the illusion.
Yeah. You're just doing it yourself from the beginning. And
You
that's
are
just
what you believe. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
we were just never actually aware of it.
No, but that was by design. That was all purposely made that way. We were driven to this point by our.
I should explain it also in another way with what they call the pyramid of the mind, in where you have the bottom plane in where the child is, and then the top plane in where the master is, and between that you have the ladder of the mind as a pyramid, with 3 steps: the collective step, the ego step, and the universal step. And the collective step is the outside forced yes, in where you do what your parents expect from you, where what your teachers teach you, what your boss expects from you to do, what society expects from you, and that's all the collective level in that you join in the collective. And the ego level is the null from within against that outside force yes, as a kind of trauma effect to protect yourself. And that's the first step to get out of it. But then they have the most subtle way to keep you on there, and that is actually by stroking your ego, giving you the title because you're smarter, etc., etc. You know, giving you the job, giving you the house, giving you the wife, etc.
That's the problem. As long as you have that external master, you'll never grow up and be responsible for yourself. Right? That's
exactly. And it becomes an enormous investment in our life, and that's why it's becoming very hard to get loose of the ego, because you're kind of addicted to stroking. Well, in the universal level, it's actually about the yes from within. And the whole function of the ego is to get from the outside to the within, against the no, against the outside forced yes. And eventually there's only one yes left, what they never will force from you, and that's actually taking your responsibility for your freedom, because then they lose you. And that's the point where we need to get our egos, what is actually similar to an awareness. As soon as you are actually aware of your unawareness of your ego, you have actually killed your ego.
Yeah, in a sense, to transcend into that level of being, you need to die before you die, and do it through a mental process, and let ego death of the ego. That's the Platonic. Yeah.
To lead to lose of all the investment you have put in your life to have that particular stroking, what you thought was the goal, but eventually it's way beyond that. And to come actually on that particular level of the master, that's the full awareness.
Yeah.
It's still a growth from taking your responsibility up to the actual level of that you are as a human, as a seed, that you have actually planted yourself in freedom, what is the most fertile ground to grow in, to become that power you are potentially, and actually express that in life.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's what they try to prevent, that we ever come to the universal level, what is actually the adult level. We stay the pubers.
Yeah.
Or even the children under the collective.
And
religion is there to to be used for the collective level, but also to be used to be used as a complete bathwater, what is thrown away with the baby and all, as they sell only one lie, and that is their own authority over the truth they try to sell you as their truth. And while you actually deny the religion in this case, you actually deny the whole scripture as well. And that's where they triggered you. And then you get into confusion for what is then the next level. And that's all inside the scriptures. But then you have to read that for yourself, actually study that, to realize what is actually standing there. Everything they tell about it is just the fiction. Everything what you read is the real thing.
Don't confuse the message with the messenger.
Yeah.
In this case, the messenger is evil and corrupt as corrupt can be. But the message is what I keep trying to tell a lot of people. I don't follow religion, period. I don't follow any religion. But I have absolute faith in our ancient writings. When they took the time to write this stuff down, they didn't have factories just pumping out papers and ink pens and processors and all that stuff. They went through a lot of work to put this stuff down. You can be guaranteed that there's a reason why they did that, and especially with the Christian scriptures, I'm absolutely convinced every word of Genesis is true. It's just how you interpret that.
Right, it's just the way it was translated.
Yeah,
if you
religion is
so that you can see the story for real, then you will then understand it indeed.
Yeah.
It's all about the context eventually. It's kind of how brainwashing works. They tell you the story without a clue. And your own fantasy is what they confirm as then the truth.
Yep.
Meanwhile, you never know the actual story, what happened. But they tell you the story. In a way, you're told the truth, but you're never getting it.
Yeah, you're given the allegory. You're just not told what the allegory means and how to apply it in real life.
Exactly.
You're told. I mean, I believe, like I said, I believe in, say, like, let's take Genesis, for instance. I absolutely believe every word in it. However, I don't believe in talking garden snakes. I don't believe in magic trees that, grant you all kind of powers that make you like God. I don't believe in that. You can't convince me a snake can talk, but I'm absolutely convinced what I read there is absolutely right. So again, I believe in allegory from the allegorical point of view that, yeah, there's a science there. Them scriptures that we were told they teach you all kind of nonsense, but in reality, if you read those scriptures, you'll find out those are science books. Very well written science books that, trust me, you can trust.
Of course, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you put everything through an energy frequency lens, like we're finding out everything must be, an electrical polarized type lens. If you look at it that way, and you take the first story of Genesis, Adam and Eve, and how they were banished from the garden. Why were they banished from the garden? Because they ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if you look at that in an energy frequency type form, if Eden or paradise or Shambhala or Hyperborea or whatever you'd like to call it, if that was a realm of pure light type energy, you know what I mean? Not really light, but you know what I mean. Like if it was the highest form of frequency, basically they walked with God. So it's basically telling you they existed at the frequency of God, like they could speak back and forth with source or creator or whatever. So if this is the case, just the simple fact of gaining the knowledge of the duality of good and evil exist in that type of frequency. So just gaining that would have changed the energy that they were vibrating. It would have changed the frequency that they vibrated, and then would have by cause banished them from that area.
You know what? What you
just a theory of mine.
What you were just talking about there, that would kind of explain. I've been following the giant tree theory that's been going around on all the social media sites. And
Chris has
the giant tree theory is actually suggesting that all these giant trees were at one time silicon, and that all life on this earth was at one point some sort, like right now how we're considered carbon life forms and everything is a carbon life form. There's actually a theory out there right now that's suggesting that everything at one time was silicon, and then something devastating happened to our earth. We don't know what just yet, but it switched it over to the carbon-12 atom apparently. I'm still getting the details on that, but
Switch it over to
I have
what?
to say we've been
Switch it
having
over
quite
to
a few talks with Chris, and Chris kind of knows what happened, what the big, where we were destroyed, don't you, Chris?
Yeah, I've gone through a lot of the geology and the historical, and that's probably a longer conversation than we have time for tonight. But definitely, if we can bring that up as a topic again, maybe I can go over that, the electrical plasma and how the plasma connections, how it all tied together. One thing I was going to show, if I could, just for 2 seconds here before we take off, just to explain to Rob and Jim and I where the picture with the moon, where I'm getting the data for the color frequencies is I did some work with an astronomer friend of mine. He's an amateur astronomer, and we were analyzing. If you bring up the picture there, I can show you. Am I screen sharing? Yeah, it should be there now.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we'll focus you.
oh, okay,
Yeah. So what we did is we took high resolution photos from his telescope and also a P900 camera. We used all the media we had, and we did the chromatography on it, and so just enhanced the color spectrum. And then I cross-referenced that with the electron volts. So from 0 to 100 volts in titanium, when you electrify titanium, like when you blew your fancy car parts, right, and stuff, it's anodizing, right? So when you anodize titanium from 0 volts to 100 volts, and that's the color spectrum you get. So that's what I'm also basing in the model. There you can see the colors of the gold and the blues and the purples.
Yeah.
And then we went to the next level. And then you get the greens and the pinks and the golds, and it's so you can tell what temperature of electricity it took, or what voltage of electricity it took per square meter to create that arc strike. And so I can get into that some more later on as far as where these arcs actually hit the Earth, right, and created, what we think here are craters, are actually arc strikes between the moon and the Earth itself, and perhaps Mars as well. But that's a whole electrical universe type of
Between
thing.
the moon and the Earth.
That's correct. Yeah. It's electrical universe science. Yeah. So the arc would have struck here, negative pole in the center, positive around the outside, and then there's probably a matching strike on the surface of the Earth where it arced through the ether and hit the Earth, right? And that's what created, if you look at the physics of it, that's how the entire Grand Canyon was created, like in minutes. Yeah. So you can see the color spectrum based on voltage. That's what I wanted to get into. So.
Also, like there's a spot. What is it? Eye of the Sahara.
Yeah.
Jimbo always brings that up. I don't know if you know him, but he brings that up as like there was a massive electrical anomaly, storm, or something that just covered the entire plane, and it created a lot of the things that we see. This Eye of the Sahara matches. A bay somewhere. Having a brain fart. It's I believe in Canada. It's a bay like.
Yeah, Hudson Bay. Yeah, it's about 6 hours from the house here. Yeah, I can get there in about eight hours. Yeah. Yeah. So if you look at the toroidal field, right, the original plasma arc field would have created this tree, like the tree in the center. If you were on the plane looking north, you would have actually seen a glowing pink sky, right? So that's a whole other discussion. But you're right. That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Could I just say, guys, we've been going for 4 hours now, and I think we have to wind down to finish this evening, because We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
But
it's been a pleasure to meet you, Rob and Gemini, Thomas. It's been a pleasure to chat with you guys first time, and it's been a pleasure. And I'm
yeah, we usually just go around the panel and ask everybody what they think. So I'll start with you, Chris, as you're talking.
This has been a fantastic hangout, and like I said, a pleasure to meet the new members there and carry on.
Oh, what a nice man you are, and so much information you've got. Is that all you want to say?
Yep, that's it. You guys have a great night. We'll do it again. Yeah.
You have been talking all night, haven't you, as well? Thank you for that. Dee?
Yeah, no, just I suppose with chat, the side of things, it's been going really well in chat tonight. Lots of good discussions going on. Anybody out there would like to get on the panel in the future, if you get hold of me or Karen, and we'd try and get emails sorted and yeah, but no, apart from that, it's been an absolutely mind-blowing hangout as usual. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Dee. And also, Chris, you're going to have to come back and explain then what actually happened to us.
I'll do my best. Yeah, for sure.
Show a little
Thank you.
example of what happened.
Yeah, I can explain that picture you got up there right now, series. Yeah, that's the spot that Rob was talking about in the Sahara Desert, and you can see that at the southern part of it there, it is a negative ring, and that's the force field you would see in an arc strike as it radiates outward. So it struck here as a negative pole and created this arc strike, and it's huge. It's whatever it is, 600
miles wide.
Oh yeah, it's huge. Yeah, and then if you go directly to the north, so that would be negative ions. So you're going to find a lot of silica, a lot of salt, and you go directly to the north, and there's the positive pole with other craters around it that look burnt, right? And this is an iron sink. So this is the iron side of the battery, and that's where the arc connected across the water that's between the two of them and just zapped it in one shot and created that entire mesa in mere seconds.
Yeah, we'll definitely hear more about that.
Yeah.
So you see in the bottom is probably even laid over to the other side as a complete, where you can see as a stripe from top to bottom.
Yeah.
And then the brown part, darker part of what is actually the hole.
Yeah.
It's like it's sliced to the left or something while the arc was moving.
Yeah, and you look at Vatican City, go to Google Earth and look at Vatican City, and you'll see the same thing. There's a positive arc strike to the south and a negative one to the top. And so Vatican City, the entire Rome would have been between the two arcs when they struck. And I think the fall of Rome and Nero, the story of, the Rome being on fire and burning from the inside out and the stones melting and burning with, people didn't know what was going on. But that's the same thing happened there too. And once you start looking for the circuit, you'll find it everywhere. And it matches the surface. There you go. So the south is the negative pole again with the center ring, and then the negative pole with the ring effect, and then the north, right? Or sorry, the other way around. This would be the positive at the south, and the north is the negative, right? And Rome, the entire city of Rome, is in between the two, and you can see where the linear positive, the linear equatorial force of that toroid, it would have created a toroid literally and just went zap, right? And blew that all to pieces and lit it right up on fire, right? It would have been like snakes of fire, snakes of electricity crawling on the ground, right? People being chased by serpents of light, That's what it would have been like. Yeah. You can hardly imagine what it would have been like.
Yeah. Devastating.
It's incredible, and all this happened in one go, one night, or over a day.
Just one shot. Yeah, it would have just, it would have been there long enough to dissipate its energy. So it would have happened in a matter of minutes, hours, and wouldn't have taken very long at all. No.
Any idea on the timeline of when that might have happened?
Well, if you go to the Nero story, that would have been Middle Ages. 70. I can look it up for you, but this wasn't that long ago. The fall of Rome and the Nero.
Yeah. you can't leave flat Earth, can you? It goes on and on. I mean, it's a very interesting subject. This we talked about this last. Was it last Saturday? Last Saturday.
But this would have been just a small event, right? In more recent times, and the further back in history you go, the bigger the events were. Like all the way back to the flood, and all the way back to when it started. Right?
Do you know where else I've
seen
one of those as well, Chris? I've seen one of those up the road from me.
Yeah.
I haven't actually seen it myself, but it's in the photographs around Silbury Hill, which is the pyramid. And then you've got Avebury, which is the stone circle. And then to the right is one of those things you just showed there with it's like a horseshoe sort of shape thing. That's that's in the ground next to Avebury.
So you can see that's one strike, and then all the way around it is all these little craters, right? It's where the lightning went into the ground and then just pulled all the iron out of the ground with the force of electricity. Right?
Yeah.
Just bang.
Yeah, and this would have wiped the people out. And what did you say? If they were caught like in that strike, it would have been that's it, gone.
Oh,
yeah, it would have been alive because it would have immediately took away all sensation, so they wouldn't have been in agonizing pain or anything, because it would have singed their nerve endings immediately. So they
the people that were some of the people that weren't grounded, right? If you could stay outside of the circuit, you would have just witnessed other people being just zapped and pulled right off the ground and up and they would have been lifted into the heavens and disappeared, right? Because right? Honestly, they would have, because there's salt in our bodies, right? Like when you see the stories about fish falling from the sky, well, fish are full of salt, and that's what happens is the negative vortex in the storm creates the negative uplift, and it's electric charge that pulls the fish right out of the water, takes them over land and dumps them inland because they're salty objects, right? It's dielectric. And so that's what you would have seen. Like, I can't even get my head around what it would have been like to witness that kind of an event. Right? You name it, it was going on at the same time. So, devastation. And that's what we're waking up from, right? Imagine what that would have done to, humanity. It ain't no wonder we, believe some of the stuff we believe, and they're all paranoid, and it's been written into our DNA, right? It's just
They've known that. They couldn't even tell us the truth about that.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there's nothing truthful coming out of the mainstream. It seems to me. Some I can't say it's not all, right? But yeah, it's not all a lie, but a lot of it's misinterpretation, disinformation, and people think they know what they know, and they've just been taught wrong, and it's just ignorance, and it's a
correct conclusion.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. If you're not taught the fundamentals, you can't come to the proper conclusion. So it's not the scientists' faults and the professors' faults and stuff. They just get no foundation to start from. That's all.
But this whole subject is another hangout, isn't it? To explain it again.
Yeah, we can do it again, and I'll go through it. Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. Because thank you so much. Thomas, what have you made of this evening then?
Well, I had fun. We expressed a lot of different ideas. Covered a whole lot of different subjects. If I got anything left to say, it's that the Earth is flat and it's a square.
Yes. Sorry, guys, it is.
Yeah, can't help it. Wasn't my idea.
Well, that'll end up being another a hangout that I'm a part of, because I've yet to be to see that one. So you're gonna have to show me that.
I think Rob's joining in now. I think you have to be around watching when Series is talking about how the pixels are square. Everything is square. Nothing is bent. Nothing is circular. And please, everybody, whenever you've seen any pictures of Antarctica, they show you some pictures a bit out sometimes in the ocean. When do you ever see Antarctica curving? You don't. It's never curving. It's straight.
Yeah, but that wouldn't. I mean, you wouldn't notice that, though. Not for what you could see, not for as far as you can see it. If it's as
Yeah,
big
but
as
you
it
would
is, either
start
way,
noticing if it's all these
you have
8
to
inches a square,
you
or
have to
you
be
would start
really
noticing
high.
things. And it means that all the picture series would be bent and everything, and they're not. They're squares, every single one.
It has to,
Definitely
to
not a
add
ball.
up. It doesn't. Yes.
So I was going to say, series, do you mind sticking a link to your presentation video in the chat quick for people to catch up on it?
The video.
To get them to the
Yeah, there you
stage we're
go.
at now, wouldn't it?
There you go.
So if anyone knew what is interested, yeah, take a look in the chat now, and hopefully Series will post his link in a second. But also, I should say as well, a big thank you to FPV Angel, who's going to be streaming this show again tomorrow on his live stream. So getting the info out there.
Really?
I thought you'd be happy with that.
Wow.
Cool.
FPV
Yeah.
OG flat earther.
That's amazing.
It was good meeting you all, and you guys all have a good night.
Well, we're just finishing. Like, we've got series. You can go if you want to, Thomas. But I was obviously going to ask Series what he thought and Rob what he thought about things. Do you want to stay or do you want to go, Thomas?
I have to go to a company that just walked in the door.
Okay. See you next time then, probably.
Oh, Series. I know what Series was doing. I have to come back. We always do this when we're finishing our hangout.
Go back.
A hug for Thomas.
Oh. Yeah, already left.
He's gone. Series, it's your turn. Do you want to sum up what you feel today, or did we? You haven't said, have you?
We haven't covered barely
Sorry?
the surface of it. We haven't covered barely the surface of it.
I know it's deep, guys. It's really deep. Okay, then. Well, Series every night has to sum up as well. So, what about you then, Rob? What do you make of some of this then? It's going to be a bit different than you think, because you've already said which map that you thought was real.
Well, it's not necessarily that I think it's just what I've seen, the evidence, the biggest preponderance of evidence for so far. But I'm not a I'm not a round earther or I'm not even really a flat earther, even though I definitely know that the Earth is a stationary plane. I know that for sure. Well, I've seen ample evidence. So I am a flat earther, I guess, if you want to label it or whatever. But what I am is a truther. That's what I am. Honestly, I'm an honest to God synthetic truther. And I am open to all truth, if it is truth or if it resonates. And this definitely does. I am thoroughly impressed with what I've seen and the demonstrations, the presentations, the models. I mean, I'm blown away. And honestly, I have the same, that's why I was so oh yes, I was excited to find you, because I have the same concept, the same model in my head. I don't have an actual 3D working model, but I have images that I've created of the same thing. And it's the same exact thing, except it's just not square in the middle. So, it's not that much different. There's just things I need to work out. I've never ruled that out completely. It's sad that some of the people that were promoting it are, anyway. But so I'm just, like I said, I'm a truther, and the panel here is so intelligent. They're bringing up such great points, and their points.
I know. We're so lucky. I feel thick. I feel really thick.
Yeah, these are points that I'm bringing up constantly, trying to explain to people, and there's so much, there's so much other, irrelevant stuff that's being put out right now. It's so much misdirection and just stagnant info that's being pushed so hard right now. It's everywhere. And so we need something like this. This is what we need right now.
We've been a group for a long time. Yeah. We've been having hangouts privately for a long time in our group.
Right.
Apparent one day we said, shall we start going live? And as we started going live, but talk about his work. So it's a bit like he just said, go for it.
There you go.
But we've been a group in research for about, well, I suppose the group started about a year ago. And we're taking compass readings as well in the group. So Ceres has a whole website full of compass readings.
Excellent. I'll have to get. I need to get up on all that. I need to check it all out. It's like I do have a over full-time job right now, so I find it hard to like.
What's
really dive into
the
stuff.
video I posted? That's my video is just played, and then in the meanwhile we have also a question and answer rounds to explain a little bit more about the questions people had at that point. And if you have any questions yourself, just come with it. I will try to answer.
Cool.
Anyway, I did see a little bit earlier on that Chris and Dee put their cameras on because they thought, oh, here we go, it's the hug time. But guys in the chat room, we're going to go now, but we always leave with a hug. Don't we, guys?
Yeah,
You got to come back now. Yay! A hug for everyone. You got to end on a hug. Everybody in the...
I'm jealous of that beard, man. Sorry. Might not get there someday, but it's got a while to go before I get yours.
Yeah, all the men have got
He's
beards.
already cut his beard, huh?
I've got a beard. I've
There's
got
a whole
one.
thing on that. If you look into that, we really weren't supposed to be cutting our beards, and if you, it's something that it's just really overlooked. But if you look back through history and all the busts or paintings of the philosophers and the great minds of the times, if you consider them great or whatever, they all seem to have big bushy beards or really long beards. And even the kings they would stroke their beards. They would put locks, gold chains, rings around them, and they would stroke it it would help them think. It helps the process and the flow of energy.
Who didn't have a beard before Flat Earth? And who did have a beard before Flat Earth? Who's grown a beard since they've understood what Flat Earth's all about?
Yeah, me.
Yeah, I started growing mine in 2000.
I always had this part.
Yeah.
That came along.
Yeah.
I already have mine. Oh yeah.
Started growing that around Christmas, I think.
Rob, you'll come back on another hangout, won't you?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm glad glad I found you guys. It was an excellent panel.
We've got to find each other and stick together, everybody.
Yeah. I'm gonna promote you guys. I got my own site, so Terraplane Truth. So I'll make a nice 60-second promo on Instagram as well.
Oh, thank you, and to FPV as well. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, definitely.
We are going to end the hangout now. Sorry, everybody. But good night, good afternoon, good evening, and we'll be back. So everybody, goodbye. Everybody say goodbye.
Later.
See you later.
Free your mind.
That
was flat.
It is. Keep it flat.
Keep it flat.
Bye, everybody.